Hey, folks, and welcome to the North American Open Division Cup. I am Waffles for Sid, joined by party member Dividing, and we are going to be joining you on your adventure throughout today's games. Dividing, how are you doing, and what is on your mind going into today's different matches?
Well, first of all, I am doing fantastic, Sid. We have an amazing slate of games set up for you today as we go through the winners and a bit later the losers bracket in North American Open Division, starting off with Spectre versus Best Buds. Now, the big story going into this game, of course, if you follow the Reflash Twitter, a massive upset happened off screen yesterday, Sid, as Best Buds, the number 32 seed going into today's match, knocked out Drifters, the number one seed, the team that qualified for trials and won Open Division last time, are now currently fighting it out in the losers bracket because of Best Buds, which is no one was expecting that going into this. I think everyone, if you asked them going into this weekend, thought we would be seeing Drifters in this game today.
Yeah. Drifters is a very well-established team, and they definitely had their eyes on, some of those top potential prize spots. But Best Buds came through and gave everyone a curveball. I mean, if we had done a bracket and guessed who was going to do what, Best Buds pretty much blew everybody's bracket right there in that round. And, coming out of that win for them, it's a lot of pressure knocking out such a high ranking team. And, they got to be riding pretty high after that. And, you know, both of these teams are going to have their eyes on that prize pool. First place is getting $1,000. Second place gets $500, and both third and fourth get $250. So, really gonna be trying to knock each other out this round once again.
Yeah, and of course, the prize that I think everyone is really aiming for here, spots in contenders trials, are up for
Oh yeah.
grabs for, I believe, the top two finishers in this tournament. Both these teams, I think, have done a lot, of course, to get to this point. Obviously, we talked about Best Buds. Spectre did actually knock out number 16 Shikigami going
Yeah.
into this game.
Ooh, and
Um, yeah, which has been just absolutely, not as big of an upset as the Best Buds just went through, but they were, in fact, it is in fact an upset, at least if we're going just by seeding. And uh,
totally. Well, and it's
it,
gotta feel good for them too. I do know that on Spectre, Rain, who we'll see coming up, used to play on Shikigami. So, when you go up against kind of your old team, so to say, you might have a little bit extra edge or pep in your step when you're, looking for kills and whatnot. So it's gotta feel good to know that they've also been growing and obviously the synergy with Spectre has been paying off and they've made it here to round four of Open Division.
yeah, absolutely. Both these teams coming into this as kind of newly established teams as
Yeah.
well. Best Buds and Spectre both haven't really been around for more than a month. And fun thing I noticed, I looked at Best Buds. They posted their last minute of their game against Drifters or
Ooh.
so on Twitter. It's a great video. I recommend taking a look at it. Something funny. Best Buds were communicating to each other through Overwatch team chat. They did not have a Discord channel. They did not have TeamSpeak, nothing like that. The default voice chat client that is in the game, that is what they were talking with, and everyone just went absolutely crazy when they confirmed the win against Drifters. And
Wow.
yeah, just absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see what, as they say, the power of family is going to get them. Because at this point, after knocking down the number one seed, the sky is the limit
Yeah.
for this team.
And there's a lot of eyes on this team as well. They have really pretty much broken open the gate, making a name for themselves. And we're going to have to see how they, really continue to establish themselves through the continuing rounds of Open Division. This is one of our, earlier streamed matches that we've had. And well, we'll have to see if Best Buds can consistently bring that heat that they brought against Drifters, or if Spectre's going to hold strong.
As we start to head into our first map, Busan, we're going to be starting off on Mecha Base, one of probably the most closed off and narrow of the three sub-maps of Busan. While we are seeing a bit more of a traditional Brawl Rhine Diva comp coming out from Best Buds, Spectre's coming out with a double shield Echo comp. Amazing is probably going to have a bit of trouble finding space with these low ceilings.
Yeah, Spectre already moving around, and they've pretty much swapped sides all the way around, and now facing off across the bridge, give and take, trying to create that space and those opportunities. A lot of halts coming through with a lot of damage being thrown right there to follow up, but no kills quite coming off the back end of it yet. Some people are falling low, and well, as you can see, a lot of chip and poke damage being exchanged. Points finally capped in favor of Best Buds, and well, there's the kills coming through as well. Charge from all the way downtown goes ahead and takes out Rain, but Spectre is coming back with a vengeance with a couple kills of their own. This point is still in favor of Best Buds, but looks like Spectre's looking to cap now, dividing.
Yeah, as we see Constant finally push up onto the point, finds a double kill with the Orisa. The overall speed that comes out of this Ryan Lucio comp that Best Buds are playing, it allowed them to take early presence on the point and actually take control early. So it's basically a free 26% over to Best Buds, but once Rymazing and Rain started getting value on those more high-range picks, it was all over.
Yeah, no, Flux gonna be opening it up the fight for Spectre here. Rymazing goes down. He gets stabbed in the back by Backstab Bud himself. And, well, the point is now flipped back over in favor of Best Buds. They managed to go ahead and take that possession even in the thick of that fight. And now Spectre's just trying to regroup a bit and get ready for their next push.
Yep, trades going back either side. Constant actually doesn't want to stop investing just yet. The bongo's going to be put up onto the point now, and that is just going to confirm the rest of the kills for Spectre. But again, the early point presence from Best Buds is coming up huge. They haven't won a fight yet, Sid, yet they have 53% of the point already.
Right. Which I gotta say is some great movement coming around from them and ability to just read the tempo of the fight. And, well, the name of the game is to take control here of the point as much as you can. Look at that. More and more halts coming through, and the sound barrier is what's going to reinforce everybody on the team of Best Buds. The trance is answered in kind, and, well, who is going to survive through all these heals? The pulse bombs a find on Rain right there, and now it is back and forth. Spectre's capped it in their favor, and, oh, another kill coming through. Kai's Diva Bomb just destroyed everyone right there out in the open and is going to allow Best Buds to recap that point.
Yes, as long as they manage to pick up Rymazing, and they do, Best Buds should be able to take the lead on point percentage once again. However, it was pretty expensive for them using the beat early in that fight to try and aggress, and then Kai's beat bomb was needed to push through the rest of the way. But now they don't really have anything to deal with LPZ's Gravitic Flux here.
Yeah, and he went ahead, used it up, and the Immortality Field committed early. There's all the kills coming through as everyone is just in each other's face, trying to duke it out as much as they can. Oh, and Pulse Bomb Eat in the back coming through from Kai, and another one thrown, finding Constant right there. Best Buds is doing their best to hold this doorway here, but finally Spectre looking like they're able to break through a bit. The point is at 95%, and we are in very, very close to almost losing this point here. Just at the end, Rain gets taken down. Now it's up to LPZ to try and take this fight, and a good amount of DM left to block that Breath Blossom, but they couldn't get on. Oh no.
And that is going to do it, at least for round one here. The best buds prove why that brawl comp ends up being played more often than not on this map. Even if they weren't winning fights, they were able to take point control and playing the objective. That's what Overwatch is all about here, isn't it? As now we move on to Shrine, and we actually aren't seeing very many changes coming out from either team. I'm not sure if Backstab Bud is going to stick with this Torv. It is, of course, very good flanker, really good at deferring flankers, which I think is what it's going for, as now we see the big changes coming out. We're going to be seeing a double shield matchup coming out between these two teams. Now, what I'm looking forward to is Rain on the McCree versus Backstab Bud on the Torbjorn. How are these two picks, the only differences between these two, going to affect the overall matchup?
Oh, an accretion straight to the face to open up right there. Now both Orissas are trying to take space on the point. Spectre went ahead and bunkered up first, but we'll have to see if that's what's actually going to pay off. The boulder straight into Red X's face takes him out of the equation. Now that Best Buds has lost a lot of heals and a lot of their potential to brawl, it's going to be a very difficult fight for them to try and take this point. No one has capped it yet, but the kills are still coming through for Spectre, and they're going to be able to take it now.
Yeah, you can't let LPZ get an accretion through like that, especially when you have two potential shields to hide behind. And you see the Sigma difference going on between these two teams right now. LPZ just about doubling Kai's ult percentage as of right now. Wondering if maybe the double shield just tends to be what Spectre is a little bit more comfortable on. But Sloth does have the advantage on pulse bomb percentages. He's probably going to be looking for a big pulse bomb here.
Like, everybody's got the same idea. Amp Matrixes popped at pretty much the same time. Pulse bomb doesn't find anything. He's able to just skirt back just a little bit there. During that high noon, though, gets hit with the molten core because he's stuck, can't move. Backstab Buds are able to go ahead and flip the point in their favor, but they've been grouped up just in time for LPZ to throw his flux. But geez, with Sloth putting all that work in and getting all the punch kills, a hat trick of punch kills dividing, that's Best Buds with that fight victory.
Sloth is absolutely owning this Tracer matchup right now, taking out Raimazing early into the fight, making sure that he couldn't even build up a pulse bomb of his own, and then taking out two more. Even with LPZ committing the Gravitic Flux, Sloth put his team on his back there, as now the ult percentages are going to be evening up going into this next fight.
Yeah, Sloth is going to warrant a boxing skin from Tracer with that type of performance. The Flux is already used coming through from Kai, and now it's responded with two superchargers on the ground right now. Who's going to be able to come out on top? Best Buds getting very close and brawling it out. Turrets taken down, so a lot of back-end pepper damage removed from the court for them. And well, now they're going to shoot through that Amp Matrix, trying to do their best to create more space, but it's looking a little rough for them here. There's not a ton of people to continue reinforcing. Then the high noon popped, and Rain also taken out with the pulse bomb by Sloth. What a shutdown dividing.
Beautiful play coming out from Best Buds. This is how double shield is supposed to work. You plant yourself down on a spot, and you dare the other team to try and remove you. And so far, that's not happening. But Raimazing finds Sloth slacking a little bit, and they are going to be able to push in. With how much work Sloth is doing, this is an easy go button now for Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, Sloth was just caught squatting in the bushes right there on the side, and Raimazing coming in with a vengeance. Backstab Bud doing good, trying to keep Best Buds in this fight, and that Molten Core is going to do a lot of zoning on the point here. Immortality Field has to be committed from Spectre to keep them in this fight. Overtime bar is active. If anyone is off the point from Spectre, it's over, and that's it! Best Buds takes this first map win here at Busan.
Best Buds showing why they were the ones who upended Drifters in just the round before this one. Whether it
Yeah.
was the brawl on Mecha Base or the double shield on Shrine, they understood their win condition. They knew how to exploit the weaknesses of the other side. And honestly, just did a fantastic job on both of these maps, showing not just mechanical skill, but also a lot of flexibility. Beautiful stuff coming out from Best Buds, and I think we've got a good game on our hands, Sid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you saw those cards right there with Sloth and Pinhead, both in the 70% for kill participation. And, when you see that much extra support coming through from those players, I feel like it's a little bit more apparent who needs to be shut down because, well, value is obvious. Pretty good match coming out from Busan. What are your thoughts on some of the defense that we saw from Spectre when they were on the point a bit and just couldn't quite take it back after they lost it?
Yeah, I think that Spectre is having trouble just being able to take and keep space. They're playing a very, very passive double shield comp. They are tending to play with Echo, with McCree, some more long range DPS and Best Buds are playing with. They're doing a lot more Tracer, a lot more, Torb is very close range,
Yeah.
Reaper. Because of that, Best Buds is wanting to get up in the face of Spectre and get the win that way, just roll them over, while Spectre is currently trying to just wait in a place that's probably not on the point for their more long-range, their Echoes, their McCrees, to get value. Unfortunately, Best Buds, either Spectre takes too long to get anything and Best Buds is still able to get a lot of value, or Spectre manages to win, but then gets rolled over once again not very long after. That's what I saw in that first map.
Yeah, and it definitely took a lot of time for, like you said, for Spectre to get any momentum rolling to start their play, and Best Buds was holding them very far forward. At that, you remember we saw them at the archway towards the far side where the drop off happens in Mecha Base, and they were being aggressive. And even after they had lost a couple people, they still continued to push forward and cleave and just prevent Spectre from being able to break through and essentially just push them back and keep them off balance.
Yeah, Spectre now very much on the back foot here. The power of family from Best Bud seems to be sustaining them very well so far, but also
Yes.
some very, very good team play, which of course probably comes with if these guys genuinely are Best Buds, comes with I can definitely see the amount of
They
trust
are.
that these guys have in each other.
Well, they
As we
I did
Sorry.
get confirmation. They are Best Buds. The team name does hold true on that front, and they've actually been friends for around 3+ years. A full roster of all 6 of them, not as long, but the core, they're able to read each other's minds and anticipate, and I can see the synergy they have.
Absolutely. As we get ready to go onto Route 66, some very interesting and exciting DPS choices coming out from Spectre here. Rain on the Ashe, a very common pick here, especially when she can just kind of get up on the top of big girls and rain down dynamites and headshots from above. And Ryan Mazing currently showing that Genji, I don't think his damage buff has gone through yet. I think that's still an experimental, so
Yeah.
they are very much they're still putting a lot of faith into that mid-fight strength that Genji has with the shurikens, and hoping that he can get some value out with the blade as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be Spectre setting up here on top of Big Earl's gas station. Poke damage here, just trying to, like we talked about, play a little slower. Accretion comes through once again, following up on those halts. Both of these teams have been just beautifully throwing damage at every halt that comes through, but I mean, you got to stop the point at some time, and Best Buds are continuing to roll it forward here. They have gotten aggressive now, moving up towards Big Earls, and well, with Hattori on the high ground, thanks to that TP, he is posing a lot of threat and creating space really nice job. And look at all that pressure. They've been able to continue pushing this cart forward here. Now they're retreating a little bit into the garage, and bloodthirsty support kill already coming through, but this time for Spectre. We'll have to see if they can capitalize on that, and it's going to be even harder with the Amp Matrix. They respond with their own, but it doesn't matter dividing. They were shattered on the ground, and you can't shoot through the Amp Matrix if you're sitting down.
Big shatter coming out from Hattori to finish off that fight. As now Rain here, look at this. The the staggered Ash isn't something that we see super often, but yeah, once again we see that super passive playstyle from Spectre come through and really bite them as the fight continued. I think they were hoping that Rain or Raimazing or a nice pull from Constant would be able to get a pick off on Best Buds before they could really get much point presence, but it didn't really happen until they were already closing in on the end of point A. So they were put in a position where they were forced to fight, and, you know, this comp really hates fighting up close.
Yes, it does. Raimazing goes ahead, pops the blade here. He's in the immortality field and is taking a lot of advantage of it, but it's going to be a difficult fight for both sides. The flux and the wall for each opposing side coming through, and it's Spectre able to find the kills and coordinate enough and just focus fire everyone down. Poor Hattori is one of the last people left trying to hold this point out, but they're going to be able to stall the point finally here on Route 66.
They're able to stall the point, and they also have control over these very powerful high ground positions on Route 66B. They do it, but it takes a lot. They use 4 ultimates in that fight, Spectre does, in order to take control. So they're only going to have the Bongo from Constant and the Amp Matrix from Koan to try and keep this control. As Best Buds, look at this little flank maneuver they're putting on to also have the high ground.
Oh, and here it is, Amp Matrix opening up the fight. We do have Sloth on the McCree as well, and we'll have to see what that... Oh, he's the first person to go down, so not the change he was looking for. Shatter comes through, finding a few people, and that shield was popped so quickly, trying to mitigate that damage. And, I mean, a couple people went down, but all in all, that was worth it. Spectre able to just come out on top once again defensively.
And that was absolutely massive for Spectre. Look at the ults now. There's absolutely nothing for Best Buds. They're working with 0 as far as the ult bank, and 4 ultimates on line for Spectre, which means if they know this, they can try and really spread this this advantage out and make this really advantageous for them for more than one fight.
Blade is thrown, and he's stunned out of it, just cut down right away. It was a big ultimate used, but everyone else from Spectre was there to follow up. He was the only one to go down, but all the resources went into taking down Raimazing, and, well, there you have it, another defense.
Yeah, shout out to Sloth. Nice flash headshot onto Raimazing to shut down the blade. But, yeah, the rest of the team was more than ready to follow up on LPZ's Gravitic Flux. Unfortunately, though, that was most of their ultimates. It's now pretty much the beat from Red X, which he's going to use to engage.
Yeah, and Best Buds pushing forward here a little bit over the high ground, and now even more towards the payload. The Bob has been thrown out, and that is another person throwing damage from Spectre, and it is a lot for Best Buds to take on. They are down a man, and the halts coming through have been absolutely deadly. So much damage being thrown at them, and, well, a lot of resources have to be forced out in response. They're trying to get aggressive and push forward and break through this little turn here on Route 66, but Spectre once again holding strong.
At this point, Best Buds has tried to push through this point B like 6 times and has failed each and every time. You have to look at this comp and say, what can you swap up here? Red X is going to go over to the Brig to try and make his team a little more sturdy, if a little bit slower. So that is a change coming out here, but I don't know. I feel like that's going to make things even harder because now they don't have that speed boost to try and close the distance on Spectre's comp. They're just going to take more and more poke damage.
Yeah, and with only 1 minute left as well, it's going to be, you know, time is really of the essence dividing, and they've already gotten mowed down. They do have one chance for one more team fight.
Yeah, I have to wonder what the Torb pick is doing here. Like, why do you pick Torb right now in this game? Usually you like to have the turret in order to try and get rid of flankers or try and keep them away. But, you know, no one on Spectre is really playing any flankers. When it comes to just pure damage, there are other heroes that do what Torb does and better. So it just becomes,
Man, Dividing, they just cut down everyone on Best Buds right here in the last fight. They had all the resources and ultimates and pretty much wanted to seal the deal before with no contest and no question here on this last fight.
Yeah, Redex is gonna come in to try and contest for just a moment, but yeah, at this point the payload has gone pretty much all the way back to the front of point B and even.
Okay. Thought there was a chance there that they were gonna cut. You know, I saw the Ant Matrix had a little hope, and well, look at this, Amazing, just amazing, like his namesake is suggesting, and wow, he was cutting through a lot of people, Dividing. Really, really successful in my opinion on that Genji.
Very successful, especially once he and the rest of his team were able to get set up on those high grounds of point B. What ended up happening was no matter what Best Buds tried to do to try and close the space between those teams, they just took too much poke damage on their way to the other team. They couldn't figure out a way to get to the point to Spectre in one piece in a good enough shape to take a close range fight like they wanted to. And because of that, now Spectre finds themselves in a very favorable position. Of course, the full hold's still something that's very possible for Best Buds, as they seem to be locking in a very traditional brawl comp. They're going to be doubling down on this in-your-face play style. On the other hand, though, Hirisa coming out once again from Constant. They also are doubling down on this more long-range comp. And I guess my question here for Best Buds is how are you going to be able to avoid the damage coming out from Rain, the hook coming out from LPZ, long enough for yourself to get into a close enough position that you then have the advantage? Well, I see how now they're going to go with a close... looks like they're going to try with a close train push, but seems to be a bit of a last-second decision.
Yeah, or, you know, they will just... Trains take a minute to get that momentum going, right, Dividing? Can't just, well, I guess bullet trains pretty much got that magnetic function going pretty quick. Oh man, that dynamite coming through so consistently from Rain has been getting everybody crispy. Everybody. I mean, at least catching 3 people minimum each time, and the damage that he's able to put just peppering long range is absolutely devastating. They can't mitigate it, and they can't put pressure on him in the back.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it was a good idea from Best Buds to try and force a close range fight, but the longer the fight goes on, the more that Spectre respawns, the more they have to deal with. So, and Amazing, look at that, 83% to the blade already, just showing how much value he's getting out of those shurikens is absolutely incredible. We'll have the blade coming up on this next fight, and Redex is nowhere close to the beat.
I think Kai eating these halts is going to be really critical for Best Buds to have a little bit better and easier engagements. There's so much damage being thrown into those halts to follow up, and they've thrown their own Amp Matrix trying to force Spectre to back up here. A couple of trades on the tanks go through from each teams, and there are the ultimates. They're going to be popped and flying around. Mason trying to find and cut everyone through. A couple of his teammates finishing it up for him, and oh, he was 3 Dividing, able to finally get that little health pack, and it's just backstab stalling out this last little bit.
Yeah, even with the Amp Matrix to his back, the focus fire onto Hattori was just too strong for the Reinhardt to sustain through. And so with that, point A has been captured for Spectre, and it's just a mere 58 meters separating them from tying up this series. Backstab Bud is going to go back onto the Torb now, but he has to deal with both tank ults and both support ultimates that are coming up from Spectre right now. It's looking tough, especially since they have to hold this for over 4 minutes, Sid.
Spectre was in a similar situation or I'm sorry, yeah, in the reverse side, they were in a similar situation. So, it is possible, but everyone here is going to be looking to win and pretty much just take this away from the other team. A little bit scrappy as we engage with the Earth Shatter, dropping a lot of people from Spectre on the ground. A couple of them do manage to go down, but it doesn't look like there's enough follow-up or heals coming through. They're still losing people from Best Buds, and the pin just misses her. Oh man, just by a hair, and that is going to be Spectre continuing to push his payload.
Yeah, now Best Buds have to rush to get back to the point in time. Just about 20 now meters separating Spectre and a map win. They're going to be coming back with the High Noon likely from Sloth, and Backstab Bud is very close to the Molten Core, so two very good zoning ultimates coming up. But Rai Amazing, he has the Blade once again and is looking to confirm the map win for his team.
Yeah. He has been nasty on this Genji, but Kai gets an early pick onto Rain. This could be a great tide-turning opening for Best Buds to try and hold this payload here. Oh, Hattori goes down. That's a big shield out of the way for Spectre, as now they're going to continue to try to aggress forward. A lot of peppering damage from each opposing team, and it is so close to being capped, less than 1 meter away, but Best Buds are continuing to do their best and hold strong. Sloth up here just slaughtering people from the high ground, absolutely trying to clutch it out from his team. And well, there's just a couple people left on Spectre trying to push this forward, but looks like Best Buds may be able to hold strong here just at the end.
Yeah, so many ultimates being committed from both sides. I mean, at this point, the spawn distances from both sides are going to be super close, but a big shatter from Hattori manages to find Rai Amazing, and now the respawns from Best Buds are coming back, and it looks like now it's Spectre that's on the back foot.
Oh man, and what a crazy flip of events this has been. Best Buds just able to hold that fight. Jeez, dividing. I think that was actually a 2.5 minute fight right there.
Yeah, and in that 2.5 fight, I think all 6 ultimates were used at some point. I mean, I felt like we were back in GOATS meta for a second there.
Yeah.
As now, we are kind of back to 0 when it comes to ultimates. Backstab Bud has the Molten Core, and he's going to use it early to buy his team some more time.
And space.
And space, yeah. Spectre forced to back up here, and they really don't have much to work with. Now, all of a sudden, their time bank has dwindled down to just 1 minute. They really have one more really good fight, and then probably one more rush fight here to try and finish this off. A beautiful shot from Rain, though.
There it is, the early pick onto Sloth, and another one coming through from LPZ. That's another support out of the picture for Best Buds, and it is going to be everything that they have to try to stay in this fight. Spectre's starting to pull ahead here, and there it is, the cart almost rolling forward. 3 people on the ground right there, and another 3K coming in from Rai Amazing this time. What a blade. Not surprising considering how often he's been doing that, and man, the pressure from this DPS on Spectre, absolutely nutty as they're able to roll it just at the end with, now we're tied up dividing.
1-1. Best Buds made it close with some great stall play near the end of point B, but in the end, Spectre managed to push it through, thanks in no small part to this guy on the screen right now. Rai Amazing, the Genji pick, I think, in 2021 is always going to be questioned a little bit, but he showed why, proved why he's on this hero right now. Genji, if you can get value with him, does have a lot of mid-fight strength. There's a lot of DPS that he can bring out with his shurikens, and the blade, even without any sort of boosting, can be deadly, as we saw.
Yeah.
So Spectre tying up the series on a Route 66. It looks like we might be in it for the long haul, Sid.
Oh, yeah. And, I'm not going to be one to complain having
Absolutely
some
not.
good Overwatch matches. No one needs a snooze fest here at Open Division today. And, that was a great back and forth. It was pretty much almost deja vu watching both teams attack and defend, a lot of fast pushing happening in the beginning, and then just that stall out right there around that corner where, well, you're pretty much in the hole of all the high ground, able to bombard you from whenever you want to approach. So, great job from both of those teams, and it's pretty obvious Spectre's starting to kind of pick up on what Best Buds is doing and grow and adapt to some of the powerhouse plays they've been bringing out. I mean, Pinhead got another 82% participation, even more than last time, which can you ask for more from a support helping that much?
Yeah, I mean, Spectre absolutely pushing back after honestly a very solid first map coming out from Best Buds, showing that even though they might be the big stories coming into this, you should not be counting Spectre out either. They are here to play.
Yes. And, they are ranked a little bit more in the middle of the pack, but that is definitely not anything to uh, make assumptions off of on these teams. I mean, especially both these teams really showing that their rank and their current placement does not mean anything as they've been performing through the open division bracket. Obviously, we are tied up 1-1 now, and this is a best of three. So,
No,
we'll
it's
have to
it's
see.
first to three, I
Oh,
think.
first to three. I'm sorry. Yes, first to three. And it looks like we're going to be going to Kings Row next for our hybrid map, which, I mean, are we really surprised dividing? We always go to Kings Row like 90% of the time? 95?
Everyone, I have yet to meet someone who doesn't like King's Row, especially if Best Buds was the one choosing it. I doubt that any of them are being upset about this, especially looking about how Spectre has played so far in this matchup. They have played almost exclusively double shield comps with long range DPS, with the sort of
Precisely.
tight corners and narrow corridors of the King's Row streets. That kind of playstyle really has trouble finding success against that sort of gritty close range brawl that tends to be the preferred playstyle on King's Row, and the playstyle that Best Bud seems to want to play.
Yeah, and Kings Row definitely forces the fights to not only be closer but narrower in general. There's not nearly as many angles and wide areas that you can try and put that different peppering damage around. We saw come through from Spectre when they were on that second turn just after the first checkpoint. So, being kind of forced to squeeze in to King's Row could be really tough for Spectre. And, we talked about Best Buds looking comfortable on that brawl. So I don't know about you dividing, but I'm expecting to see more of that come through.
Yeah, I need to be seeing constant locking the Reinhardt and going head to head with Hattori here. Ryan matchup is one of the most fun things to watch in Overwatch, in my opinion. We're likely probably going to be seeing someone going on the Mei in both sides. The Mei matchup ends up being absolutely huge. Who can get more value off of those all important Mei walls?
Right.
I'm also curious to see what Backstab Bud is going to do here. Noticeably, I've noticed that Best Buds have been just a teeny bit unorthodox when it comes to their DPS picks, and it's usually Backstab Bud who's going on the Reaper or the Torb or that character that could work in the context of the comp they're running, but isn't necessarily quite as effective or as widely used as someone like a McCree or a May. Are they going to go more traditional here, or are they going to keep on running that just good old Best Bud strategy here? Same for Spectre as well, because honestly, we
Mm-hmm.
haven't seen them run a close range brawl pretty much all game so far.
Yeah, I agree there. And I am going to be pretty curious to see if they do have that, different type of team comp in their arsenal and how comfortable they are on it. Best Buds, they do have some Reaper mains on their team, and I believe I guess they would be specialists. Because I am definitely far from a DPS specialist of any kind, but I think that making sure that they also are on picks that they're comfortable with and think that they can perform well on is important. But not sure about all the Torbjorn we saw coming through some of those times.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Backstab Bud probably likes his Torb, and I've always been one to say run what you're comfortable with, but it's tough to justify it, especially when you're probably not getting a ton out of the Torb turret, and when it comes to just straight up damage, there are other heroes that do it better and way more consistently than
And
Torbjorn
faster.
does. But we are now heading into our third map of King's Row, going to break the tie that both these teams have had, hopefully. As we move into, it's going to be Best Buds on the attack first, and look at this. Oh, man. Spectre has decided, you know what? We don't care about what's normal here. We like this comp, and we're gonna run it win or lose till the very end. It's the exact same thing as they had on Root, Sid.
Yeah. And, you could say that they're, normal. Other words for normal, mundane, routine, standard. And I gotta say, I love that Overwatch opens the door for unorthodox gameplay. Oh, maybe not as much as I thought we were going to get, though. Looks like a little bit of a tease coming through from Best Buds. That's fine, all good here. They're gonna roll out with the Reaper and Hanzo this time. Sloth gonna have a lot of that long range damage that we haven't quite seen a lot of yet. Does manage to get a little clip done there onto Conan, but we'll have to see what kills can be resulted. Oh, and Rymazing reflects that arrow straight back at Sloth right there. It's a couple exchanges back and forth, but the Best Buds are starting to pull ahead. Backstab Buds was finding so much value on this Reaper. It looks like that was a good decision to bring out here on the first point of King's Row.
Yeah, going through the hotel there for Best Buds, they end up pushing through the hotel and once again forcing a close range fight, which is honestly, with the Reaper, with the Hanzo, they love being up close. The Ashe, not as much on the side of Spectre. And this is what we said at the beginning. We said that, on a map like King's Row, long-range comps tend to struggle. As we see here, Spectre are kind of forced to huddle up on this high ground here and try and get value that way. But that's just free point push coming out from Best Buds.
Well, and once, like I mentioned, they have been forced to fight very narrow. It's literally one alleyway that you need to be shooting up right here, and being able to see and put the damage and pressure onto your target. The pressure, though, is coming in from Spectre. The aggression coming out from Constant. Really nice right there. And the grab is what is going to turn the tide right there. Best Buds now wanting to engage and turn this in their favor. The Flux does come through, trying to find some damage. Kai goes down, but the DPS are trying to make the magic happen here. Oh, Backstab manages to TP and get some clips here done, but the sound barrier is what is going to save him. Red X absolutely clutching it out for his team and allowing them to continue pushing forward. Those dragons are tearing through that right hallway, and it is not something you want to be stuck in a Reinhardt with.
I mean, that was a gutsy play from Red X there. It was pretty much just Backstab Bud on the point at that time, but Red X says, don't worry, man, I got you, uses the beat, and the rest of the team that has respawned surges through. And as they pick off Koan, Backstab Buds are now looking to finish off point B in what is an extremely fast time.
I don't think anyone caught that shatter. I didn't see any stun marks come up, but might have missed it. Picks already came through and dividing. Because of them, it didn't even give Spectre a chance to contest that second point.
Beautiful play coming out from Best Buds right now. They now have 5 minutes going into the third point. That is a massive time bank, Sid. and they have ultimates as well. Both DPS ults are going to be coming up soon, and Orion is going to have the Amp Matrix as well, which is going to make Sloth even more deadly. However, the Bob Blade combo from Spectre is on its way.
Oh, and that that immortality field from Cohen to reinforce everyone on his team through the Amp Matrix. Very nice play there. No one was scared of dying in that corner.
Yeah, seems like Best Buds kind of overstayed their welcome a little bit in the spawn doors of Spectre. But on the bright side, they did not use any ultimates there, which means they have so much to work for. Now Kai's about to have the
oh, and here's the Flux being opened up here for Spectre, and it gets a kill onto Hattori. Everyone is going down, but at what cost? There were quite a few, or what is it? Oh, only the Flux was used, so definitely some great ult economy coming in.
Yeah, but the longer this goes, the more the ult economy shifts in favor of Best Buds. They're going to have 4 ultimates coming up into this next fight, 5 if Red X has a very good fight as well, and all that Spectre really has is the Blade.
And there it is, the Blade. He's caught in the grab with the Blade. The immortality field does save him for a moment, but with all the DPS ultimates coming out to play, it was not going to be anyone's chance of survival. The point's going to roll forward, dividing, and Spectre better hurry.
Yeah, lots of ultimates, though, came out from Best Buds there, so it's a lot more safe for Spectre to try and recontest.
Constant took a lot of damage trying to walk out that initial door there. Rymazing trying to put that pressure on the heels, but no one contested. And that's it. Best Buds caps the 3rd point with 3:15 left on the clock.
That was just incredible play coming out from Best Buds, and honestly, I would call it a comp diff. I think that the composition that Spectre continues to try and push here just isn't very good for King's Row. It's the sort of bruiser style of play that Best Buds are playing right now that always reigns supreme on this map, because when it comes to the kind of sniper play, the kind of static passive gameplay, it's so difficult for that to get long-term value when there just isn't that much space to work with. And as you can see, it seems that Spectre agrees with that assessment, as for the first time this game, I think, we are seeing a brawl composition coming out from Spectre.
They're still in the defensive zone though, so you never know what last minute changes they may want to pull out. I am excited though if they do continue to hold this comp. I mentioned how narrow King's Row was, and man, it does feel like they are feeling it encroaching around them, especially during that streets phase. So hopefully they've got a bit of a, different arsenal in their belt with Rymazing on this Widow.
Yeah, we'll see if Rymazing can get anything figured out. Sloth wasn't expecting it, but the headshot was not there, so gets away probably with a little sweating just a little bit here, as now Rymazing swaps over to the Sim, and the attack truly begins.
Oh, if I was his coach, I would be yelling at him, be careful! You gotta watch out for that! And holy smokes, that shield is getting shredded. Sloth just pumped in all those storm arrows, and now Spectre has to give a little bit of space here. Let it recharge. Rain is the first person to go down, and now the pin coming in from behind. He does get taken out of it, and a couple exchanges coming through for Spectre. That's it. The tide has been turned, and they're gonna be able to push Best Buds off the point. Can Best Buds regroup a bit? Ooh, with Red X going down, I don't think so.
Look at all that damage coming out from Rymazing there. Already has the Sim ult online coming up for this next fight. Showing, I mean, you look at the DPS ult charges in response. He doubles everyone else on the field right now. It just shows exactly how much work that Symmetra can get done as long as you protect her and you have that beam charged up.
Yeah, and Rain getting another pick onto Sloth, so a little bit of struggle coming through for him on that long-range duel. The Immortality Field is going to keep Spectre in this fight, absolutely clutching it right there behind the shield. The shatter into the Symmetra's shield right there in the face of him. Can't quite find any of the kills, and Best Buds seem to just be going down right here through the archway.
It seemed like Hattori was trying to time the shatter to be exactly when the wall was going to go down, was just a little bit too early, and that's super unfortunate, because now you don't have that to try and push in to this point B, the end of this point B push. I mean, we've got 4 ultimates online, probably 5 once LPZ gets his online, coming up from Spectre. They're matching Best Bud's place right now.
Oh, and Hattori going down early. No one is there to block the shatter coming through from Constant, and he has just free reign to move forward and cleave everyone out of his way.
And now with 5 minutes and 40 seconds coming into point C for Spectre, they are in fact faster than Best Buds was up to this point. And they still have the bomb and the beat to work with as they continue to push through, but that Grab Dragons coming out from Sloth and Kai, the tried and true combo, is online for Best Buds.
Charge into the back line to try and follow up that bomb. The Dragons are tearing through everyone on Spectre right now as Best Buds are able to finally hold their footing defensively here.
They finally managed to do it, and all it took was the Grab Dragons, which is big for Best Buds because now all 4 of their other ultimates are up. And all that's really on the other side is going to be the Symmetra Wall and the Ant Matrix from Koan. So the ult economy is very much to their advantage at the moment, as now Spectre gets to push through.
That was a shatter straight into the shield. Doesn't shield break anything there, my friend, as now the Symmetra Wall is going to be up for Spectre. It's going to give them that chance to dance around it and advance forward. Look how much space they've been able to take because of it. The Death Blossom is stunned out of it. It's a good thing he had that sound barrier to keep himself alive because he would have been toast without it. Red X clutching it for his teammate right there.
Yeah, beautiful beat coming out from Red X to keep his team alive. They were in trouble there for a second. Spectre did an incredible job of playing around their sim wall, putting so much pressure on Best Buds, but they managed to hold here. 4 minutes now on the clock, but Best Buds currently with only the high noon to their name.
And Rain using their own high noon in response straight through that Ant Matrix. Great communication and timing. Nobody sees Reaper in the background pumping in the damage, and Koan goes down. That's a support out of the picture. Rymazing does avenge him, but not without having lost that push.
The push is now lost, and the time bank is just about halved for Spectre. At this point, they are guaranteed a lesser time bank than Best Buds if they finish this map. Constance and Hattori are both going to have their shatters going into this fight. I imagine that's going to be crucial in this next engagement.
All right, they did a great job using the wall this last time. Shatter comes through. 3 are found in response. Can Best Buds get the follow-up? It's going to be even harder now that Koan goes ahead, gives that sound barrier, giving everyone the extra reinforcements. Kai's bomb is going to take everyone off the board, and that is going to give Best Buds another defensive hold here right at the end of King's Row.
Yes, and now things are getting a little bit scary for... Oh, backstep Bud. Okay, you know, just playing with us there a little bit. Had the TP ready. Yeah, things are getting scary now with every lost fight for Spectre. The time bank becomes even more and more uneven, which would make things even harder. And that is absolutely not what you want to see. Hattori with a stray fire strike, picking off Koan, is going to delay this fight by another 15 seconds. And Rymazing going off the map. That's going to delay it by another 15 seconds as they wait to have all 6 ready.
I know Red X got the little boop on that to just send him over, but it did look like he wraithed and just floated gracefully down into that little zone right there. Oh, Immortality Field and Sound Barrier for Best Buds thrown out, and now they're trying to get that damage done. Both Ant Matrixes just shooting away across each other, and look at the sidestepping from both of them. Couldn't see anyone's view or see any enemies through either of their views, and now they're just trying to aggress forward. Shatter into the shield once again coming through. The Death Blossom is going to be enough from Backstabbed. There it is, another hold coming through, and 125 left on the clock.
I mean, this is just brutal for Spectre at this point. They had almost 6 minutes of time going into point C. It's
Yeah.
almost expected that you are able to finish the map when you have that much time. There's so much time to build up ult banks. There's so much time to just have a stray shot, a stray fire strike come through and give you the advantage, and it just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, oh, High Noon now. Rain's response for his own High Noon. Immortality Field thrown deep in for Spectre there, letting them get aggressive. Amazing capitalizes on it and gets the 2K there from his Death Blossom. Now Spectre has some momentum, but it's been stopped. Best Buds taking them down, and that is going to be another hold with only one fight left for Spectre to try to regroup and come back.
This is last fight territory now for Spectre. I have to give a shout out to the supports here. Orion and Redix are pulling this team out of some extremely sticky situations now. Both support ultimates coming up for Spectre. That's going to be what they have to try and aggress and push this card across the finish line. It's going to be an overtime if it happens at all, Sid.
10 seconds remaining and counting. Here we go. This is the engagement Spectre needs to win. Gohan has to use the Immortality Field on himself, and it is taken down in the back. Backstab removes the big healer for Spectre and goes ahead and throws his Death Blossom, taking down Rain in the process. Now Best Buds are trying to hold strong, and they are. They are taking down Spectre one after another, and they have taken King's Row.
Wow, Best Buds taking Spectre to King's Row and absolutely showing why they wanted it. In the end, I mean, it was looking scary for a little bit, but once Best Buds were able to stabilize on point C, it was all over. They showed that they had the superior point presence, the superior bruiser, brawler playstyle, and yeah, Best Buds now putting themselves up into match point here in this winner's round 4 matchup, Sid.
Yeah, and with match point here on the board, it's going to be on Spectre to either make or break it for this next map. We will be going to our Assault map, which we don't know which one's been chosen yet, and it could play into Spectre's favor considerably better for that, longer range style of play they're comfortable with. It was very apparent on King's Row that this is Best Bud's jam, in my opinion. They looked strong, and although both teams had so much time at the end and really got a lot of momentum during that middle part, the defense coming through and the cleanup of, it looked like, focus fire and kills coming through seemed to really evolve right there at the end and shine through strong.
Absolutely. Best Buds taking King's Row for the power of family and have brought themselves up to match point. A spot in the next round of winners bracket on the line. Will Best Buds be able to finish it out, or will Spectre be able to bring us to a map 5? Our Assault map is coming up after this quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, folks, welcome back. We are here with the North American Open Division Cup, our round four matchup of Best Buds versus Spectre. And right now, we are 1-2 in favor of Best Buds. Dividing, this is our best to three match. And if Spectre doesn't want to go home right now, they are going to have to leave it all here on this assault map, which looks like we're going to be going to Volskaya Industries.
Volskaya Industries is in fact what they have put up on the custom game right now. This is of course Spectre's choice as a loser of the last match, which makes a lot of sense. I think Volskaya is a map where you can run all kinds of things. Obviously on defense, you can run, there's a lot of double shield that gets run. There's a lot of double bubble that gets run on offense. I think Spectre overall just wants to take things away from sort of a Rhine brawl up close situation, because I think with King's Row Best Buds proved that they are likely the superior when it comes to that mirror matchup. Spectre wants to keep things away from that as much as possible, so going to Volskaya, which has a lot of high grounds both on point A and point B to take advantage of, and they have just swapped to Hanamura, so I'm going to take back everything that I just said. Um,
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised they picked that map.
Yeah, this actually, because Hanamura actually, I mean, double shield is still viable here, but so is Brawl. Brawl is also still a very viable choice coming out into Hanamura. A bit less so, I think, than Volskaya.
Yeah.
Might just be a comfort choice coming out from Spectre here. Not too
Mm-hmm.
sure. As we are loading into the game now, though, seems like Hanamura it will be.
I was a little worried about Spectre, actually on Volskaya, right? Because Volskaya has all these there's so many pathing routes for Volskaya, and we've seen Spectre kind of take a little bit longer to get set up for their plays. And for Assault, if you take way too long to get set up, your time bank runs out fast. And I feel like in Assault in particular, when you do try and run those long setups, it gets away from you a little bit more than some of the escort or payload styles. And I think that this map here will definitely present its own routing pathing, but not nearly as, super wide on the outskirts like Volskaya.
Yep, I'm not sure if we had gone into game view mode yet, but we do have a DC on the side of Spectre right now that's preventing us from getting really into this game. Seems like they have reconnected now, though, so we should be getting back into it at any second. But yeah,
Yeah.
Hanamura, definitely pretty straightforward for the most part. On point A, you either go through main choke or try and TP to the point for the most part.
Right.
Point B, there's a couple different ways to go, but for the most part, it's that sort of top right corridor that teams end up brawling in.
Totally.
So.
Oh, and it looks like we did get someone
Oh no,
disconnecting
it's the
again.
same person who
Sunday.
DC'd again.
Oh man. I mean, that's okay. We're working on it, getting them all fixed. Oh, looks he says he was hacked.
We haven't
Perfect
seen
coming
any
out.
Sombra yet. This is clearly a lie.
Right. Well, you mentioned actually the Symmetra, and how, typically they TP on that side and engage in the brawl fight there. We did see Symmetra played as well coming through from Spectre. And
He's
I
gone
thought their
again.
dance around oh man. I did think their dance around the wall was it looked very comfortable for them as far as avoiding the shatters, well, mostly avoiding the shatters. Eventually, Best Buds started getting some momentum and not throwing them into shields, but they were able to take a lot of space just off of those sim walls.
Yeah, honestly, the sim walls from I think it was Ryan Mazing who was playing the Symmetra on the last King's Row map. Uh, honestly, were expertly placed, splitting the point up into scenarios where Spectre could easily take advantage of them. And
Heavenly.
I'd be very interested to see if we could potentially be seeing Symmetra again. I mean, it's very much a pocket pick. on Hanamura. Teams like to just try and bypass that main choke by teleporting straight onto the point.
Yeah.
Of course, this is just speculation at this point, but I would love to see it coming out of Spectre. Though, based on what I've seen so far, I wouldn't be shocked if they continue to go with the sort of Orisa comps.
Yeah, I
Looks
agree with
like
you there.
looks like we have all 12 players in the lobby finally, so we should be getting into it.
I'm still gonna hold my breath until, like I'm gonna give it another like 45 seconds. Oh.
But now we actually have heroes to talk about, so that's good.
Ooh.
As on the defense is going to be Best Buds coming up first, and look at that. I mean, we're going to be seeing the same sort of brawl composition coming out, though interestingly, Sloth is currently showing the Echo. On point A, of course, the open skies of Hanamura point A. There is a lot of room for an Echo to work, and he just swapped this to Junkrat. So once again, I have been tricked, I have been duped, I have been absolutely bamboozled. So Sloth swaps over to the Junkrat, which along with the Reaper is going to just be insane amounts of frontline spam damage that constant LPZ are going to have to deal with.
Yeah, that is going to be tough to just push through the gates. And, we do have Spectre here on the red team aggressing forward into Best Buds. Oh, good block of the Dynamite as well. Rain has been getting a lot of value, but Red X is the first person to go down to Rain, getting that value just like I talked about. Are they going to see this Junkrat throwing damage into them here from this side room? A lot of people on Best Buds are low. They have to give a little bit of space and heal up, and there it is. A pick coming through as they try to push through this choke, but oh man. Spectre is aggressing forward and trying to get on this point. Red X trying to do his best and dodge and weave and keep people healed up and maybe lure someone from a boop, but it's just him and Backstab Bud. We've seen them turn this before dividing, but it is going to have to be crazy, and this time he doesn't have the sound barrier to reinforce him. Orion's already gone down, and that's just going to be some stalling coming through from Best Buds here on this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much pressure on Hattori in this sort of comp to sort of just weather the storm that is this focus fire damage coming out from Spectre, and which is a little bit too much that time. The comp coming out from Spectre is slower, but it is very, very powerful and very sturdy as well with the Vapid Break heals. As now we push into point B, and there's so many ultimates coming out from Spectre. The snowball potential is real.
Yeah, and they've already thrown two of them out with Bob and Ant Matrix. Sloth, a big damage dealer for Best Buds, taken out of the picture, so Backstab is going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders to try and get those kills. The charge from downtown is good, but there's not going to be enough pressure coming through from Best Buds to be able to stay on the point. I can't believe Sloth dodged that there at the last moment, and that was a very fast cap coming through.
5 minutes, 2-1 fights for Spectre, and putting themselves back on the right track after King's Row, I would say. Beautiful play from Rain, I gotta say. I think just kind of got set up on the high ground, and there was really no one on Best Buds who could deal with him. Got something like 3 or 4 kills in that last fight, and now, oh man, so much pressure now on Best Buds to try and respond.
That is a lot of pressure, and dividing that is a lot of time to have to try and withstand that pressure. Obviously with our assault maps, we have seen full holds come through on the first point, but from the way I've seen both of these teams throughout the series, they're very evenly matched, and it's not going to be just we're able to easily hold and stop you from coming through. It's going to be a scrappy, and it's going to have to be an aggressive fight too.
It's going to have to be super aggressive. Now, this brawl comp that Best Buds is sticking with does have a bit more staying power on the defense, because they can use that Lucio speed boost to really aggress and close the distance on this double shield comp of Spectre. Really just try and run them over would have to be the play. Unless, of course, Sloth stays on this Symmetra, in which case, who knows what they're about to pull out here.
Yeah, and like we mentioned before, Spectre is down by 1 point right now. It is match point for Best Buds, and they have to win this map if they want to stay in the Open Division Cup this season. They're doing their best here to mitigate all the damage, and well, I like this rotation coming through from Best Buds all the way around to the high ground. They go for the engagement. There it is. Can Spectre withstand it? They're getting pushed back. They managed to take down the TP, but there are a lot of heals, and I can see the Brig Inspire up the wazoo coming through from Pinhead. So much reinforcements for his team, and there it is. A kill coming through onto LPZ to open up the fight. Best Buds getting aggressive, and there it is, able to take this first point.
Yeah, just like I said, Best Buds pushed.
Stagger.
Yeah, big stagger coming out from Cohen. Now, of course, he's going to be coming back very quickly. But you know who else is coming very quickly? Best Buds. Sloth is already at the point. They're going to try, if honestly, they could easily beat the time of Spectre here.
Oh my gosh, that would be insane. It's not gonna happen though. With those 2 kills coming through already from Spectre, they're stopping Best Buds in their tracks.
Well, it was a valiant effort coming out from Best Buds, but yes, with that fight loss, it will seem like the superior time bank will go to Spectre here. As Sloth gotta be a little bit more careful there, as Amazing is just stalking up at the top, and he has the blade ready. Could be absolutely massive for this team coming into this next engagement.
Got a lot of concern for Best Buds because Rain is on this high ground across the way, free firing. They're gonna have a flux come through, and it's gonna raise everyone up. Sound Barrier is gonna try to keep them in this fight, but it's not enough. Amazing's blade and everyone else just puts the damage in and defends and holds strong.
Oh, now we see Kai with the infamous Diva Stagger here, just trying to get himself off the edge, and doesn't manage to do it before Pinhead whip shots him out. So that is going to do it for that fight, as of course the Gravitic Flux to Dragon Blade combo from Spectre came up huge. However, now there is opportunity here once again for Best Buds. Hattori and Kai have both their ultimates available.
Yeah, and Rain hasn't used his Bob yet. He had a last fight, still held on to it, and I mean, I can see why dividing. He doesn't need it yet. He's free firing from high ground with no pressure.
This is the same thing that happened in Route 66, Sid.
Oh, yeah.
Spectre are just set up here on the high ground without a care in the world, and Best Buds just can't really get anything done before they take so much poke damage that they've essentially already lost the fight. Even with the ult advantages they have, it is so difficult for them to take advantage of it.
There it is, the bomb thrown into the side does just take down the Immortality field as Death Blossom is popped. Now Best Buds are starting to get the kills in their favor, and the traction is there. Now can they handle the trickling coming through from Spectre? There it is, 1 tick in the bag. Now Spectre has to run very fast to get back on. They throw Bob. The stun and shatter prevent him from being able to go all the way on the point, and that is gonna tie us up here for the second round.
2 minutes to about 3 minutes and 30 seconds coming out as we go into extra rounds on Ohanamura. Finally, it seems like for the first time in a while, Best Buds were able to break through the double shield high ground hold of Spectre. And that has to make it a little bit scary, because that has been the bread and butter of Spectre so far. And the fact that it looks like Best Buds might be figuring out how to deal with it, makes their prospects for the rest of this series a little bit scarier. Now, of course, as the team with the lesser time bank, it is going to be Best Buds on the attack first once again. An adjustment here, though. Amazing currently showing the Echo, perhaps assuming that we're going to be seeing this Reaper Symmetra DPS coming out from Best Buds. Neither of those DPS are super good at dealing with flying enemies.
Yeah, and they do have Orion on the BAP, and we've all made the BAP DPS jokes, and his primary fire, similar to the battle rifle, is nothing to scoff at, but it's not something you want him shooting at. And not something you necessarily need his full attention on at either. Obviously, they have to push through this choke, and, well, it's going to be make or break it time. Spectre needs to win this map, and Best Buds wants to just end the series right here and close out the win for themselves. They got to push forward, and there it is. Drop down here behind the point using that TP, and well, now they're on. They've got one tick already in the bag, and Spectre isn't moving forward yet to contest. Finally, someone is on the point, but can they handle all the damage coming through? Backstab is just railing them from the side around this bell, throwing so much damage in. Is that Reaper? But Rymazing is gonna be the one coming up big, and with 2 ticks on the board, Best Buds going to have to regroup for another push.
Yeah, half the time gone now for Best Buds. They can only really afford one more fight like that. However, with 2 ticks gained for basically free, just by standing and existing on the point, now Spectre is forced to play a little bit more proactively, and that's not really very conducive to what their comp wants.
Oh yeah, there it is. Ant Matrix popped coming through from Spectre, and Best Buds just goes ahead and dodges it. Sidesteps out of the way, because I'm sure we all know from personal experience, no one wants to be clipped by anything through the Ant Matrix. We're grouped up here, trying to cross the bridge and just mitigate some of that onslaught of damage from Spectre, and there, the engagement is going to be slowed down by the flux coming through from LPZ. Sloth gets the first pick onto Rymazing, and we'll have to see if he can continue the traction for Best Buds. He's got another one here, and Hattori is just brawling right in the middle, charges straight into the Orisa that's fortified, but the shatter comes through, doesn't have too much, but it's going to be more about the follow-up, and if Best Buds can mitigate all the people trickling on, there it is. They're going to cap this point in the OT time and have just one chance to really push forward here against Spectre.
What a beautiful play coming out from Sloth. Rymazing was causing this team so much trouble. Just pushing in the sticky bombs and the primary fires, but the swap onto the McCree ended up being absolutely critical. And he gets him again! Sloth is opening things up for the team. He gets Pinhead as well!
Holy smokes! Absolutely clutch there for his team. Best Buds now up by 2. The OT bar is going to make spawn times even longer for Spectre. Backstab has the Death Blossom. Is he going to need to use it to continue to hold this point here? He's waiting for the right chance. Of course, right on Pinhead is absolutely the time to do it. Everyone's getting taken down left and right from Spectre as they're trying to trickle in, and that's going to be a 4th point capture for Best Buds.
What a play coming out from Sloth, swapping onto McCree and just clicking heads when his team needed it most. Now the pressure shifts back onto Spectre. They had the advantage, but now they have to do it again, whereas Best Buds seem to have been starting to figure out how this team plays and how to counter them, Sid. And of course, their winners bracket lives are on the line here right now. If Best Buds are able to hold this off, they will be moving on to the next round.
Everybody's got their eyes on both the prize and that potential for a contenders trials spot for the champions of the tournament. And
look at this. Are we going to be seeing the For Mercy coming out from Sloth and Red X? It looks like we are. They're coming out with it. Look at this. With the game point in sight, Best Buds are never going to be playing what's safe. Backstab Bud is on that signature torb, and we are seeing the For Mercy coming out from Sloth and Red X. They're going to have to watch out for Rain on the Ash, but oh man, this is a gutsy play coming out from Best Buds.
Yeah, they've got 320 to defend here on this first point, and if they can hold strong on the first point, they could they could win this map. With Sloth going down early, though, that is so much damage out of the equation for Best Buds. They already have to give up and give ground there. Red X is going to have to heal up his own support friend. Support your supports, everybody. It's going to be tough with Sloth still flying back in the process, and there it is. Spectre getting the kills, and they're just going to move forward and take that point.
Yeah, Again, a gutsy play coming out from Best Buds, but it doesn't really end up working out for them. Sloth gets focused down pretty much instantly, and
Yeah.
now it's going to be forced to swap off of it as we turn our attention back over to point B. Of course, if Best Buds can hold this for 3 minutes, they could still very easily win this map. However, they do still have to hold for 3 minutes, and if this can push through, if Spectre can push this through quickly, they could very easily find themselves in a lose or draw scenario.
There's going to be a lot of eyes on, Rain to take down Sloth and that pharmacy threat, or for Sloth to try to remove that threat from themselves and have free reign and just free fire into Spectre as they try to push forward. They're in this small hallway here, and the damage is done. They can't escape the rockets. They've pretty much funneled themselves for Sloth, and it is easy shooting after that.
I mean, there's just no way that Sloth staying on the Pharah here with these closed ceilings is crazy, but now he has this sort of off angle you see he's using to kind of get onto that high ground and fire rockets onto Spectre as they try and push up this right hallway, and he's finding so much value. I think got something like 70% of his Pharah ultimate in that one fight. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff. The spam damage from Best Buds there was huge.
Gonna be tough now with Spectre moving around onto the bridge area. They've been hit with the flux, and this immortality field just stalls out their deaths for a moment, but Best Buds holding strong, and now there's only 125 left on the clock dividing, and these stackers are gonna be devastating.
They are going to be devastating. The hammer kill from Backstab Bud, we love to see it. Yeah, but the silver lining here coming out from Spectre is they have spent a lot of time trying to build up these ultimates. They're going to have pretty much all 6, assuming Cohen doesn't die early into this fight. However, there's a lot of ultimates coming out from Best Buds as well. This next fight is going to be the one, I think, that decides if this game is over just now or if we're going on to another round of extra innings.
It's going to be a flashy one. All of the ultimates are online. He almost gets the accretion, but holy smokes, that combination of flux to damage coming through from Spectre was too much for Best Buds to handle, and that was a clean, quick cap of the second point.
And now we head over to another one. Sid, it is one of those Hanamura games where it seems like round 3. At this point, I want to see at least 12 points total. Come on, I know these guys can do it. Let's go to round 4.
Hey, we're gonna start getting into MMA rules where, if you go all I think 21 rounds, then we just go to points for whoever wins, which, obviously not the way it's graded here. But do we know what the what the record is for most rounds in an assault map?
It's definitely more than 4-4. I'll say that for sure. But I'm honestly not sure.
Well, when they used to have the time bank, where the time bank didn't drop down to the 2 minutes when it was over, definitely when you were racking up Fat's amount of time banks there. But now it's a little bit better. But, man, obviously Spectre does not want to be going out of this tournament dividing. They're giving it everything they've got, and I can clearly see that they're much more comfortable in this open map area where they've got the sight lines and it feels like they're really able to flex into what they're comfortable with and their roles a lot better.
Mm-hmm. All right, we do have another pause up on the field. It hasn't been super clear as to what is going on. All the players are currently still in the lobby. But of course, we are once again going to be seeing, once we get back in, we're going to be seeing Best Buds on the attack first once again. They have a minute on the clock and about a minute 30 on the clock for
Spectre.
For Spectre, yep.
Yeah. 30 seconds is, it's a lot of time.
It's basically another fight.
It could, and it really depends on what the teams want to use or want to do with that time, right? You could use that extra time to stage your fight and go a little bit longer of a route since you do have a little more time in
Mhm.
your favor. But of course, that does risk the chances of you not having as many chances to push and have that fight engagement. And I think that's definitely a tough situation to be in for these players to try and, decide what's actually going to bring value and how are we going to be able to be successful.
We are heading back into the game now. And once again, slight adjustments coming up from both teams. Since they're coming out of spawn right now, I'll go ahead and say this first. Amazing swapping onto the Reaper now, a character we have not seen him play yet. Seems like they're going to be playing a little bit into Best Bud's game plan, which is to be a little bit more in your face, a little more close range damage. Meanwhile, Kai on the other side currently showing the Sigma, a little bit less peel coming out compared to, say, a Diva, but this comp is a bit more sturdy and does put 2 shields in the face of Rain to try and shoot through.
Yeah, and Rain has been popping off quite considerably. We've seen that we've seen how deadly he is when he can just free fire from across the way with no one looking at him. Once again, we've seen Best Buds do this rotation. They don't see Amazing at the bottom. They did! Caught him with the flashbang, forces him to Wraith away, and, well, a little bit with his tail between his legs. Sigma's been caught out on this side here and is getting tag teamed by a couple of people from Best Buds, but Amazing comes to back him up, saving his friend and able to take down another person from Best Buds. Hattori's trying to keep this fight alive, but all in all, Spectre taking the first point here soon. Or I'm sorry, Spectre holding strong here on this first point. 4 seconds left, and they just have to try and touch. Is anyone going to be able to? Oh, right there at the end, OT bar is triggered, and we can see Sloth on this Tracer biding their time, waiting for that opportune moment, and trying to just give their team a chance to get back into this fight. Kai goes down there, and now the shatter from behind. Can Sloth follow up? No, not enough. Everyone keeps getting melted one after another as they are trickling in. The Death Blossom's going to seal the deal, and that is a full first point hold for the first time we've seen on Hanamura.
And that seals it, at least part of it. We are going to be seeing the end of this endless Hanamura map in this next 1 minute and 34-second attack from Spectre. The question is, though, can they take 1/3 of point A and around 2 fights to take ourselves to a decisive map 3, or we'll be seeing a classic case of Dranamura. Did I say map 3? I think I said map 5. I think it's at map 5.
Yeah.
Numbers kind of end up blurring together sometimes.
I've heard it both ways.
So it would be a decisive map 5, in which case it is definitely going to end after that, or are we going to be having a draw, sticking to this 2-1 matchup, and it's going to be 2 straight potential control maps to finish off a potential 6-map series. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. It seems like both teams are going to be going back to what they know best in this scenario, Sid. The brawl with the Reaper and McCree coming out from Best Buds, and the double shield with Genji and Ashe from Spectre. A true clash of styles that is going to end up deciding the fate of Hanamura.
Who is going to go and move on to round 5, and who will be knocked over to the losers bracket? They're looking to make a difference and make a stand here. Spectre going to push forward, and they just need that one tick to win this game and tie up the series against Best Buds. Best Buds, like you said, looking comfortable on that aggressive brawl style with the Reaper again. The splash comes through onto Hattori, but the follow-up isn't quite there, and he's got the resources to keep himself alive. I love how this is being, danced around the edge. Everyone's crispy once again from Ryan's Dynamite. That has been a very consistent thing that has happened through the offense of Spectre, and now they're trying to push forward. It runs in front of the shield to shatter everyone past it and continue to try to move forward, but Amazing has denied all of that. He says not today and cut through everyone. Wow, his dash resets.
I think that was 5 kills from Amazing in that final fight. And it is going to be Spectre who finally end up taking on Amora and forcing a decisive map 5 to find the winner of this match. It's coming down to the wire, Sid.
Oh yeah. And look at this play. I mean, Amazing really holding up to that amazing element of his name, dividing.
Yeah, the Genji, whenever he brings it out, I mean, you don't see Genji too much in this era of Overwatch, but look at that, 49 elim, 75% kill participation coming out from Amazing there.
And I gotta say, as someone who's a support player, I have a lot of respect for a Genji that doesn't need a nano every time to get amazing value out of his ultimate or to do whatever. He is clearly showing every Genji out there who thinks they need a nano to be successful with their blade that that's not the case. And those raw fundamentals are just crushing when he's bringing out that Genji.
And this, of course, brings up the map 5. It all is going to come down to this, as the teams currently are debating on what the last map is going to be, what is going to be the decider for what has been a real barn burner of a match so far. Honestly, both teams have had moments of brilliance and moments where they look to be outplayed. It's going to come down to this.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth between the two, and we've seen some very visible growth and adaptations around the strategies that they've been bringing to the table. Spectre able to handle some of that brawl a little bit better that Best Buds was throwing in their face. And, Best Buds also on the flip side able to handle that longer range playstyle Spectre was bringing to the table. Dividing, I feel like maps have been a really big factor in who is performing or doing well during the match. And, I want to know, what are your thoughts around that? And, moving into a control map on that.
Yeah, it looks like this last map is going to be Lijiang. And honestly, if we're going by the fact that Best Buds Best Buds likes to play more in-your-face, brawl-style compositions. Spectre likes to play a little slower, long-range double shield compositions. We get into this interesting situation with Lijiang, where you look at something like Control Center, which has, of course, the shorter corridors, the closed-off ceilings, that definitely lends itself better to Best Buds' style of gameplay. But then really you have something like Gardens, which is a lot more open and has longer sight lines, and that kind of lends itself a little bit more to Spectre. And then you come to Night Market, where honestly either of them could end up being viable. So we have found ourselves in a very interesting situation. I think if it comes up. But based on what I've seen so far, I think that Night Market is going to be the key submap here. But first, we are going to be seeing Mecha Base, which means, of course, begrudgingly, I think Spectre is going to be running a brawl setup here.
Yeah, we've seen them do a little bit of Symmetra work, and actually, Amazing is very we've seen him perform strongly on all the characters he's brought to the table today, but the shield wall placement from him was so beneficial for his team.
Absolutely, as of course both teams use Sims to get themselves out, but Amazing's gonna swap to a Reaper while Swap stays on the Sim.
We're over here in the White Room, and there's the exchange going down, a tank for a support, but Spectre's lost their second support, dividing. They're not going to have the sustainability to make it through this fight, and that's going to give Best Buds the first control of the point. Oh, I thought he was going off the edge.
Besides, you know what? He's going to take himself off the edge. Yeah, Amazing was just a little bit later to the fight than everyone else on this Reaper, and that really allowed Best Buds to push forward and gain the necessary space for them to come out on top in that first fight. Amazing is going to swap over to his own Symmetra now, but the ultimate charge is way in Slop's favor.
Yeah, Spectre TPs straight onto the point, giving them way more angles and open area to try to aggress forward. The pin from Hattori is good onto LPZ. He ends up going down, but the damage has been done to Spectre. And now, Best Buds holding strong once again.
Both Junkrats are going to be coming up on their Riptires now in this next fight. Of course, Riptire can be an absolutely devastating ultimate. Orion and Koan have got to be on guard with their immortality fields coming up into this one.
And if you're lucky, someone will shoot the tire before it can reach you. We can see they're moving around all around the point in different directions. One kills Backstab while he's going for his own tire, and the other one takes down Rymazing. That's going to be tough, but the Shatter comes through. Nothing much to capitalize after that. They've lost a lot of damage, and once again, Best Buds cleaning up Spectre.
Now this is getting really scary for Spectre here. 72% and counting. This is most likely last fight now for Spectre to try and take it. And we see a lot of swaps. Rain's going to be going on to the Mei now, trading off damage for the utility of that Mei wall. I sure hope that they can get the value that they're looking for out of it, as well as their two support ultimates.
Another Shatter straight into the shield. These Reinhardts have been tracking each other's ultimates very diligently, and now Spectre is aggressing forward here. It's last fight territory, and they want to take the point, and they are. They're moving forward, getting the kill onto Hattori, but the rest of Best Buds have been reinforced by the sound barrier. They're trying to do their best to stall out and dance around the wall, mitigating some of that damage. They've committed the Amp Matrix on top of it, and they've decided they want to make this the last fight here on this map for themselves. It's just Hattori, and now it's just Backstab, and that is going to be Spectre able to flip the point here at the last second dividing.
The last second. It took pretty much everything that they had at the moment, but they do manage to keep themselves in this round, but it is going to take a perfect defense now from them. 99-0 as now Best Buds is going to move forward their next fight. Oh no, but Hattori has been completely walled off.
Oh, and Backstab is actually going to be the first person to take out Rain. Rymazing goes with the Death Blossom, and there are the kills for Spectre. This time, they were aggressive, took the fight to Best Buds, and it was successful.
Beautiful wall from Rain. Hattori was completely separated from the rest of his team, and they had to use so many resources to try and bail him out that when the Death Blossom came out from Rymazing, there was nothing left to deal with it. Now, Kai is going to have the Gravitic Flux and the Riptire from Backstab Buds. Is looking for something big.
Fire does manage to find the Immortality Field, put a little damage chipped in, but Sloth is charged up, dancing around his wall and throwing the damage into Spectre. Best Buds are cleaving forward, clearing out the point, and now they're going to flip it back. Spectre's not going to be able to come back and touch other than Pinhead here, and it is short-lived dividing as Best Buds go ahead and take this first round.
The more brawl-heavy round of not Mecha Base, that's Busan, of Control Center.
Both are enclosed.
Yeah, just got my enclosed maps mixed up there. Ends up going the way of Best Buds, and now we go to Night Market. And I mentioned this at the beginning. I think that both the style of play that Spectre likes and the style of play that Best Buds likes is viable on this map. However, with 9 seconds left, it looks like more of a brawl composition is going to be coming out from Spectre. I'm actually very curious about this. They seem to think that brawl is the way to go, but they haven't looked too great in the brawl 1v1 so far.
Yeah, and you know, Best Buds did win the previous control map that started off the series, and Big Pin is going to be what opens up. Hattori does pay for it with his life. He got pushed way far in the back, out of position, and as fast as the fight started, Spectre has already cleaned up Best Buds.
Both teams decide to go with the Doomfist here, and it seems that it's clear when you look at the ult percentage which one got more value out of that fight. Of course, Doom is very much a boom or bust kind of character. For Rain, it was boom. For Backstab Bud, it was more of a bust. But now we head into this next fight, honestly, with not many ultimates on the board, the first fight ended up going so fast that it's pretty much still a neutral fight coming up.
Right, and this is match point for both of these teams. Spectre has to win this map if they want to stay in the fight. Otherwise, it's going to be Best Buds taking round 4. Best Buds trying to engage forward. They have that immortality field used up early. Backstab punches Pinhead straight to the back of the point, and now they're trying to continue keeping this momentum. Sloth was so charged up, but he fell very low, had to give some room, and now Best Buds are doing their best to continue trying to aggress forward. The wall is there. It's going to be able to mitigate the damage and let them dance around the incoming damage, and now they are dancing forward straight into the Ant Matrix of Cohen, but I don't know if it's going to matter. They are trying to aggress past it here a bit in the back line and just dance around the middle pillar as well. Still moving forward, but the Shatter dividing catches a couple. The Fire Strike's there to follow up, and right now Spectre is doing everything they can to stall the point in their favor. Holy smokes, another back and forth. I thought Spectre was going to lose the point for a moment, but they proved me wrong, dividing.
The support line of Spectre comes up huge. First, it's the Ant Matrix of Cohen to really stall things out for as Best Buds tried to push in. And then it was the beat from Pinhead that was able to sustain the remaining members of Spectre to finish up the rest of the fight. And this is last fight territory now, 85% and counting for Spectre on this map.
Oh, backstab gets Cohen with an opening punch from the back line. This fight has broken out just before the point itself, and both Doomfists strike down straight in the center. The kills are coming through for Best Buds, and it's OT bar here. If they don't flip the point and hold strong and play perfect defense, they could lose this round.
Yeah, this is just about swapped from what we saw in Control Center. Now it is Best Buds with the match on the line here. If they can pull off a perfect defense, then that's it. This game is over, and Best Buds moves on in the winner's bracket. But all Spectre needs is one more good fight to bring us to a decisive Game 5 Map 3.
That's right. Can Spectre go the distance here? The engagement comes through, and it is a amplification matrix from Best Buds versus the wall from Rymazing on Spectre. Who can dance around? Hattori throws that fire strike, taking out poor Pinhead on the defensive end. The sound barrier isn't good, or the self-destruct coming through. Can they find the value? There it is. Kai continuing to hold strong, and Best Buds fending Spectre off.
And now with 50% left on the clock, this is kind of an awkward position for Spectre. They have one more good fight left in their time bank, but if they lose this, it won't be over, but they're going to have to swap onto fast characters to get back onto the point. This is probably their last really good chance. They're probably going to, they have Pinhead's beat available, and they will also have the Shatter.
Oh, what a suspended Shatter. He got booped up for a moment, able to really redirect it at the last second. Constant does go down. Backstab Bud just punching everyone left and right. Best Buds looking to make a stand here and prevent Spectre from having any type of recontest.
The silver lining there for Spectre, it was a very quick fight. 85% and counting now. They have a little bit of time to put themselves back together. Rymazing is going to use the teleporter to get them back to point faster. Rain has the seismic slam, but that's really all that Spectre's working with right now.
Ultimates fly left and right, and Kai's self-destruct manages to find one. Best Buds are going crazy in the kill feed here, and Spectre needs to do everything they can to try and take this round back. Best Buds wanting to win this, and it looks like they have taken the win against Spectre and are advancing on to round 5 of our North American Open Division Cup.
Oh my goodness, the night market ended up being the decider. And it was, in fact, Spectre who opted into the brawl matchup with Best Buds. It had not worked out well for them in the past, and it does not work out for them again. Best Buds, after a truly barn burner of a match and a real clash of styles, they will continue their Cinderella story on to winners round 5. And unfortunately for Spectre, it was a very good game from them, but they're going to have to fight it out in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they're gonna have to join the list of people that Best Buds overthrew unexpectedly and have to go up against drifters down there as well, potentially. Uh, Best Buds doing a fantastic job performance wise. You talked about the clash of styles, and I have to say that hit the nail on the head. That was very apparent coming through between the different rounds of map types, I think for sure. And I gotta say, I wonder if the style of control, meaning, how aggressive you need to push, how you need to be instigating your fights, and that pretty much a lot of the fights are head-on collisions, in a sense, definitely played its favor into Best Buds a little bit more than Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, Control is very much a an aggressive sort of map style. It's all about pushing. It's all about aggressively pushing into your team to force them off of the point. And yeah, when it comes to that, Best Buds seem to have the advantage in that kind of play style.
Yeah. And, we talked about what they have going on behind the scenes. And, well, it seems like the power of family is very strong with these guys. And, they're going to be progressing on to round five. And, well, looks like we're going to be sticking and saying buddy buddy with Best Buds. We're going to be
This one.
following them over to round five against their next opponent coming up, folks. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to see if Best Buds can continue their Cinderella story and their win streak, or, if they're going to have to join some of their past opponents in the losers bracket. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back soon. Hi, folks. Welcome back to the North American Open Division Cup. For those of you just joining us, I am Waffles for Sid, and with me is Dividing, and we are now going to be covering round 5 of the Open Division Cup. Now, Dividing, last match just blew me away. We went all 5 maps, going the distance, and now we're here to see if, these two teams can go the distance and stay in the winner's bracket. We have Bubble Baller Babes going up against Juice World Aimers.
Yeah, two incredible team names, I must say, but also incredibly qualified rosters on this team. Did as much research as I could between matches. Bubble Ballers Babes, while many of them are changing their names here, there are a lot of Contenders players in here, especially from Team Wisp. As we get into our first map of Oasis here, you'll see Paolumu is actually Anduari from Team Wisp. Some of you might remember Dusk, who was on Team Wisp in, I think, their first Contender season and then left the team. I also believe that Snail Gang is Vega from that team, and J-Bubs, I believe, was a sub for Wisp as well. And most notably, of all of those, is iZone on this team, who people might recognize as Pascal, coming in from Noble and or Revival, a guy who's actually won Contenders in the past. Meanwhile, we're looking on the other side, we can see Zera, Afterstory, and Swift with some new players. I know for sure that these guys were on the team No Evil, who made it over to Contenders Trials at some point last year, ended up not making it any further, and now they are back trying to prove themselves once again that they are worthy of the title of Tier 2. Starting off on Oasis Gardens, though, we're going to be seeing some dive coming out from both teams. Astro on the side of Juice World is going to be going on the Winston, while J-Bubs is on the ball.
Yeah, looks like Triple B is going to be going ahead and moving forward and trying to take that high ground position early on. They're going to be able to see anyone from Juice trying to move in onto the point, but the fight has broken out so far in the backline. Dividing. It's not anywhere near the point. They went and took the fight straight over to Triple B here, and Astro gets the first kill onto Blizz. Now, Juice World goes ahead, backs off to go ahead and cap the point and give some space, and will make sure that they have the point in their possession for this opening skirmish.
Yeah, J-Bubs did, the Wrecking Ball thing, moved up way ahead of his team to try and disrupt Juice World, but while he was doing that, they pushed up so far forward and just took the 5v6. Now Paolumu got caught a little bit by Zera there. Zera gets another pick now on the iZone. And this is just going so well for Juice World right now. They're playing a lot more together. They're playing this sort of dive expertly right now, and it is currently honestly it's Triple B, Bubble Baller Babes on the back foot here. And when it comes to their credentials as individuals, you probably wouldn't be thinking that this early.
Yeah, but Juice World Aimers took down Regen in their previous match, and they are going to be riding that high of dethroning such a, prominent team in the Open Division Cup. You can see that they are on point today as far as controlling this point, engaging together, and well, Zera has been putting so much pressure on this backline, just being a constant nuisance around the sides as well. We'll have to see how this engage comes through. It's 3 people caught by Kendrick's EMP. Paolumu goes ahead and throws the pulse, though. That is going to be a kill onto the support with no less sustainability coming through. It's going to be tougher for Juice World, but we'll have to see if they can hold strong on this point. They're doing what they can to stall out, but that's a flip, and Triple B going to have the point.
Beautiful play from iZone, aka Pascal. Did an incredible job staying out of the way of Kendrick's EMP and putting themselves in a great position to sustain through the ultimate barrage that Juice World put them through in that fight. However, with 84% on the clock, firmly in one fight territory for Juice World, they're going to have Zera's Pulse Bomb and the beat from Hune Lover that is going to hopefully push them through to a first round win.
Good try at trying to eat that pulse bomb, but didn't find a target it was looking for. The mines are everywhere, and that is the zoning that Triple B needed to fend off Juice World once again.
And I think Hume Lover actually got his beat canceled. It never went out.
Ooh.
That is so crucial now. There is no beat in the way of Palumu to potentially get a big pulse bomb here. Dusk can do a bunch of work with the bomb, and of course iZone with the only defensive ultimate on the board right now, just in time for Kendrick to get the EMP online.
Kendrick stunned. He was spotted and then instantly stunned and deleted by both supports. That's going to be a huge disadvantage for Juice World, and they have to wait for Kendrick to come back after that. There's no way.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, what was looking so good for Juice World to start off is getting very hairy. Kendrick has the EMP, but that's really all. Yeah, actually, Swift is going to have the Coalescence as well. But iZone is, I'm sure, more than ready to counter it with his Transcendence.
Stunned! He was going to go for the EMP, and he got stunned out of it. No one was caught by it on that front. Holy cow! The backline from Triple B is absolutely nutty in spotting this Sombra right now, and the engagement is coming through, trying to find those picks. There it is, Juice World getting the traction to flip this point over at the last possible second for themselves. We are in last fight territory, so Triple B cannot give this up. They've got another couple picks in their favor, and now they have to push forward. It's a 95% and counting, and they have got to be on the point if they want to have a chance at taking it. They are about to cap it here, and with those last couple picks, they're able to flip it potentially back in their favor, dividing. This is one back and forth match here, giving and taking, and the sound barrier coming through from Juice World is going to reinforce them here for this last attempt to fend off Triple B and push them off the point. Obviously, Triple B has something to say about it. They are partially capped. 5 people, though, clipped by that EMP, and it's going to be about capitalizing on it if they can. Snail Gang goes down, but it's not without a big cost. Juice World has lost quite a few people, and no one is giving up any room on this point dividing. Everyone's doing a great job at dancing back and forth, and there it is, the flip, and finally the cap over last moment to Triple B.
And this is what I think separates, like, the good teams from the great teams. I mean, that fight went on for over a minute. Both of them trading back and forth. At that point, all original fight plans were completely out the window. And it comes down to which team is able to stay together long enough to get themselves a big enough advantage to take sole possession of the point for just a second. In this case, it was, in fact, Triple B. Got to give a huge shout out to Snail Gang and iZone, also known as Pascal and Vega, because the two of them did an incredible job minimizing Kendrick's ability to get value on these EMPs, both with the transes and with the stuns. I mean, yeah. Beautiful stuff from them. As now we move on to City Center, and we see a much more traditional sort of dive comp coming out from Juice World Aimers, and Bubble Baller Babes sticking with the Ball Diva comp.
Yeah, and the fight is actually getting pushed back very far away from the point itself. This is like a bit of a deja vu from our first engagement. Looks like iZone's the first person to draw blood, and Triple B knows that it's time to capitalize on that. They push forward, and they're probably going to be able to take the point right after.
Yeah, Pascal is just doing an absolutely incredible job on this Zenyatta. Usually seen as a fragile pick, but proving that he is just as much as a DPS on this team as Palumu and Biz are right now. Just some beautiful stuff coming in. Look at Dusk here. Looks like he's kind of camping the Sombra TP. He's trying to see if he can catch Kendrick unawares. We'll see if that ends up working out. No, he is forced away by the rest of his team.
Yeah. I mean, it's still point in possession of Triple B now and counting. And, you know, Juice World does have a great pulse bomb eat coming through from After Story. That's big, but it's not going to be enough to really turn the fight for them. That early pick coming through from the Echo and all this focus fire on the front line is just devastating right now.
Yeah, and now, I mean, these fights have been very quick, but they have been very decisive in favor of
Mhm.
Triple B. Now, though, this is a very good opportunity for Juice World aimers. Zera is going to have the Pulse Bomb online. Swift is going to have the Coalescence to help them aggress. And Afterstory and Hune Lover are very close to the ultimates of their own. This is probably the best chance they've had so far this map, as they seem to have cut out J-Bubs. He's down.
Yeah, he was all by his lonesome way over there, and now the pressure is coming through onto the other members of Triple B. The duplicate has to be committed here by Biz, and well, he is looking to try and build that Primal Rage quickly. It's about to be online, and now that it's popped, he's going to be able to continue to zone Juice World out as much as possible. That Moira is vulnerable in that state, but those heals from the Coalescence able to keep her topped off and not really worrying about Astro once he was hacked up dividing.
Yeah, and the thing about City Center is it is a famously difficult point to flip. Even though the advantage seems to be in favor of Juice World aimers, it's taking them so long because it's so easy with that big pillar in the middle for Bubble Ballers Babes to contest. But they finally do get the flip, and it is going to take a perfect defense now to bring us to a map 3 on Oasis. Both Dusk and Afterstory have their beats and bombs online, but really not much else right now.
And we see that Kendrick is here on the high ground as Sombra as well, gonna have a lot of vision and trying to take down those supports in the back, but it is not enough. Holy smokes, Triple B absolutely bloodthirsty coming through past or iZone and Biz doing a lot of work together, but the point is still in favor of Juice World. Juice World knows that they cannot give this up. They have to play that perfect defense that you were talking about, and well, they are trying to fend off Triple B, but Triple B is just continuing to press forward and put the onslaught on them right here. The overtime bar has triggered, and they have to get on the point. No one's there to contest, and just at the last minute, there it is, Zera doing their best to zip around and keep this fight alive, but it is going to be tough, and there it is. Triple B going ahead and taking the first win of this series.
The support line for Triple B was incredible. Snail Gang got so many crucial stuns off, and iZone in the zone here. Look at this fraggy Zenya here. I mean, Doa would be so proud of this guy as he just pushes through. Look at all those headshots on the Hune Lover.
Man.
I mean, honestly, he's almost smurfing in this kind of division. He really deserves to be up there in contenders, and that first map really showed us why.
Yeah, and breaking into that branch of Overwatch is really difficult for a lot of people, and that is part of what Open Division is about as far as the path to pro. But from personal experience, sometimes you have these almost like invisible walls that you got to punch through to really make it to the next level. And just trying to break through it is so difficult. It's almost more difficult than some of the smaller adjustments or, fundamentals that you can work on. And, it takes a lot of tediousness. And we have seen that these players are here to invest. You talked about all the different teams they were on and the growth that you've seen from those other teams. And now they're here to bring all of that knowledge together and try and take this cup.
Yeah, and as of right now, it was Triple B who seemed to be a little bit more put together here. They played this sort of disruption-based comp with the Wrecking Ball at the forefront, and it really, honestly, worked out pretty well for them. Juice World aimers, they played this sort of really fast dive comp with Winston Diva and a Lucio from Hune Lover, and it seemed to do well for them in the beginning of a fight. They were able to buy themselves a lot of space, but then it seemed they got maybe a little bit too comfortable in their positions because BBB did an incredible job of not breaking, and in fact, being able to catch out when someone from Juice World was a little bit out of position and finishing off those kills. I mean, it was an extremely well practiced team. Interestingly, looking at the lobby, it looks like we have a sub coming out from Juice World. It's going to be Kabe. That's coming in for Zera on the DPS position. Very interested to see what that means moving forward into our next escort map.
Yeah, we saw Zara on that tracer beforehand, just being quite the nuisance to the backline. But I wonder if Kabe is maybe one of a different specialist to bring to the table here. If we are going to hold true with the map that we're currently showing, our hybrid map, surprise, will be Eichenwald. Oh,
No, it is escort next. I think that's just what
okay,
it rolled
that's right.
to.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is
Fix
actually
myself.
going to be Havana coming out from Juice World Aimers. Very interesting escort map pick. Havana, I think, is very well known, especially for those for the extremely long sight lines you could potentially give a sniper. Super famous for that high ground that's just opposite the first attacker's spawn. That just gives any sort of sniper so many good sight lines in anyone's. And it turns out, I think Havana isn't actually eligible to be picked. So it's going to be Junkertown instead, but this still holds true that it is a very good sniper map due to its long
Yes.
due to its long sight line. So I think the same idea is in effect here for Juice World.
And for Junkertown, the sightlines are also, they are just, I don't know if they're just as long. There's definitely some that are easily just as long as that Hanamura spot. But Junkertown has like a massive arc of how wide around you can take that sniper angle for that long sight line. You've got the high ground where, when the respawns are coming through, they can stand on top of that bridge. And then they can go all the way, a full 180-degree crescent around to this far ledge. That is so much space to potentially take advantage of. And I mean, free fire from all angles onto the unfortunate enemy walking into your maw.
Yeah, as we look on, it looks like it's going to be Juice World who is going to be on the attack first. Both teams currently showing an Ashe Palumu on the side of BBB. And it is, Kabe being brought in, I assume, as the sniper specialist here, bringing in an Ashe of his own. But interestingly, Double Shield, a very sturdy comp coming out from Juice World, while Triple B is playing a bit more disruptive. J-Bubs is going to be staying on that wrecking ball, trying to knock people off of high grounds, while Dusk is probably going to be the main person kind of sticking on the cart with his shield.
Looks like everybody's a little crispy coming out of spawn. Doesn't hurt when the dynamite's there to give a little bit of extra chip damage opening up. Right now, we see Juice World taking the high ground, and, well, they've already had to give a lot of space. Biz getting a lot of value on that. Hanzo just berating them and forcing them to have to pay him a lot of respect. His ability and potential for picks is nasty, and well, it looks like Palamu on this Ashe pocket takes down Kendrick. Kendrick was trying to zip around, but the reinforcements are too much, and so is the damage. The tanks in the meantime are trying to fight for space on the payload, but Triple B starting to continue pulling ahead and rolling this cart forward. Look at how much angles they have taken around Juice World, slowly encircling them and slowly collapsing around them as
They're
the
all
payload rolls
trapped.
forward. Yeah! They're stuck right there, cornered behind the Ant Matrix. They've got some shields to mitigate, and that's going to be enough to finally take down Dusk and stop this payload.
Yeah, that was looking very scary for Juice World for a second. And we saw just how much value having that Mercy boosted Ashe can have. That's still Paolumu is just fighting off by himself. Snail Gang gets taken out, so it's only a matter of time before Paolumu does as well.
Right.
They were able to get that advantage because of the damage boosted Mercy getting an early pickoff on to Kendrick. As now we head into the second fight, a very long fight, but now the payload so close to the end of point A. Juice World getting set up now for another defense. They will have several ultimates coming up online in just a second.
Triple B already encircling Juice World once again. Ash on one side, Hanzo on the other. They've been backed into the small room once again. They're stuck in the same spot they were before, and they have to send Bob to try and contest the point. He gets booped back, and there it is. Capped for Triple B.
Yeah, and we see how, these double shield comps, they end up just forcing themselves to, as Biz is like, I don't even need to take you out. I'll let my buddies do it for me. But you see how these double shield comps are often forced to back up and play super passively, and that makes it very difficult for them to continuously contest the cart. Silver lining here, though, for Juice World is that they lost the fight, but they did not use very many resources to try and hold on to point A. They pretty much only used Kabe's Bob. They're going to have all 5 of their other ultimates available for this recontest. But they need to recontest quick because we're already almost halfway through Streets phase.
Alright, I didn't know Snail Gang could sit up on that ledge of Junkertown. Note taken. Dusk goes ahead, takes down Hyloon, but another kill coming through. It looks like Triple B is just rolling this point uncontested, dividing. No one is putting any brakes on the payload.
This is brutal now for Juice World. Their comp is so slow, and they took so long to get set up that it was one fight. It was one fight for Triple B to push through the entirety of point B. That just shouldn't happen.
Yeah, and the dragons tearing through them and cornering them once again into another small room. Holy smokes, it feels like Juice World is getting corralled into the small room of Triple B's choice. They go ahead and commit that supercharger, but Triple B backs off. They don't want any part of it. I would give space too, dividing.
Yep. Well, this is great for Triple B because they finished the point. They have the closer spawns. They can just wait for Astro's supercharger to fade away, and now they can push back in.
And the Ant Matrix is committed as well from Juice World, fending back the members of Triple B, but not sure that was gonna be, it might have been a little early from that. Now the slam, definitely successful coming through. Triple B getting some traction again. That trance is gonna keep everyone so topped off during the flux, and Afterstory cannot find the value he's looking for because of it. Kabe gets a kill on the back end, but we'll have to see if the damage can persist. That minefield is nasty for Juice World to try and walk through and deal with, but they are getting booped left and right from J-Bubs. Holy smokes, dividing. It looks like Triple B going to be able to push it a little bit, but man, Juice World's getting some defense, some defensive stall in.
They are playing around these choke points very well. Juice World is. They're trying their best to break sight lines from the members of. Oh man! But as I'm talking about that, Paolumu has found a great sight line, gets 2 off that fight. And now, all of a sudden, I mean, this is the downside to holding so close for Juice World. The respawn room for Bubble Baller Babes is so close to the cart that before they even have a second to breathe and try and recuperate for the next fight, Triple B's already back.
Yeah, and that is the amount of pressure that Juice World has to deal with, and that it's constantly knocking them off balance. The flux here opening up the fight is going to be tough for them, but that Fortify helping cancel out some of the effects for Astro there. Oh man, they've picked J-Bubs early, and dividing, that's going to be a serious wrench in the chain for Triple B on this attack.
Yeah, now Juice World are in a very good position. They now have the it's even with Dusk getting that pick off, this should be Triple B backing off.
Yeah.
They are now in a position where they now have the spawn advantage, and the ball is pretty much now in Triple B's court to really get a decisive fight win and push this through to the end of Junkertown, a notoriously difficult point to push to the end of. However, they do have tools. Paolumu is going to have the Bob coming up, and J-Bubs will have the minefield. It's going to be used early, and it takes out Hewn Lover.
And a Swift on top of it too,
No
dividing.
supports.
Holy smokes! Those are some deadly minefields. Everyone's getting booped around in them. Looks like the couple changes coming through from the teams. I mean, Biz on the Hanzo, paying dividend. Kabe on that McCree, not quite as much as he was looking for. And now the payload is just rolling forward ever closer to the third checkpoint. Right now, Triple B looking to try and close out this map. There's only 1 minute left. And with how long these fights have been going, I'm going to guess this is last fight territory. You're going to push into Hoon, who has the rally, and that is going to be a huge saving grace to allow herself to top off her team. There it is, reinforcing them with this engagement here in this lower archway area. The Bob Throne puts in a lot of peppering and mitigating damage, but I don't know if Juice WRLD is going to be able to withstand. They're holding strong so far, but iZone manages to get a pick on the side. Can he continue holding? No, the tag team is there, and now we're at 26 seconds and counting. Triple B trying to give any space they can for another chance to recontest.
The supercharger from Astro was key. The damage boost onto every member of Juice WRLD ended up just being too much for the members of Triple B to contest with. Now it is final fight time. If they can get back to the point, and I think they can, especially if they go through the bottom here, they'll be working with the Dragon Strike from Biz as well as the Gravitix Flux from Dusk, but that's really it.
Dragon's tear through the point, forcing some people out of the way. High Noon from Kabe finds iZone in the process, but he gets taken down by Dust.
They got a touch.
Now Triple B doing everything they can to move this payload forward. They've got the kills in their favor, and all they got to do is just keep moving right along. Right now, Kendrick trying to do their best to stall out. They've got the pulse bomb, doesn't find the stick. Needed to have a big kill there, but getting some kills. Oh man, that Bob is going to be tough for anyone wanting to stall out the point, and there it is. A 3rd point cap by Triple B.
The zoning power of the Bob combined with the minefield, it was impossible for any member of Juice WRLD to exist 5 meters away from the point. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Great ult usage coming out from Triple B to finish out Junkertown in overtime, though. So there is room for Juice WRLD to potentially improve on it, but they need to be able to prove that they can match Triple B's aggressive playstyle. They were extremely passive in their defense, which is fair because it's defense. Right. But but you can't play like that on attack and expect to get value.
Ready for battle.
Well, and there's a difference dividing from playing passive to just giving space. I didn't really think that there was a lot of, I mean, I feel like when you're playing passive, right, you're waiting, you are trying to create opportunities and not just give up space. There's a reason you're giving that advantage to them, so you can either take it away or pull a switcheroo or encircle them potentially, like we saw coming through from Triple B. But yeah, this is a tough match going in, and man, Triple B has been on point. Like you mentioned, those supports. You said it all on that front. They were on fire.
Yeah, quick pause coming out right now. We should be getting back into it very soon. I can talk about what we're seeing right now, though, and that is Triple B on the defense currently showing a double sniper composition. Palumu is currently on the Widow, and Biz on the Hanzo, especially on this first map. If they can really lock down these sight lines, especially if Kendrick stays on this Genji, he's gonna have so much trouble closing that distance and finding value on this pick.
Yeah. Closing the distance on a sniper.
Tough.
If you don't have cover, your only hope is to be Sombra, and they can't just see you walking up their sightline alleyway and free firing on you. Obviously, you've got those divey characters that can handle it much better, but on Junkertown, sometimes there's only open space until you get to the sniper. And dividing, what do you do then? There's no cover.
Die is what you do. You hide behind your tanks, and once they die, then you die. Now look at Kabe here. He has a little bit of a sight line, but luckily Snail Gang finds the opening and closes it up. So going to be swapping back over to the Ashe. A little bit less long range ability, but the Dynamites can definitely do a lot to try and force people off of high grounds, as Juice WRLD is going to push forward into this bridge is going to be the first real test of their comp.
And that dynamite, when it catches a lot of people, it can force a lot of resources out from your supports. And that is very, very tempo setting. In fights, the Halt coming through, grouped up 3 of them there. Couldn't quite get the kills onto them, but oh, the sight line is deadly. We saw Kabe just get taken out in front of our eyes right there. And now Triple B continuing to aggress forward. Kendrick trying to get that kill, but 4 can't quite get it.
A 4K coming out from Paolumu, the Widowmaker, showing why she is named as such. A beautiful play coming out from the snipers of Triple B, completely outplaying Juice WRLD on this initial fight. However, Swift is going to be coming up on his Amp Matrix coming up soon, which is only going to make Kabe more difficult to deal with.
Great, Kabe more difficult to deal with. I'm sure Triple B will be so happy about that. They are going to be happy about the early pick onto Kendrick, but with another pick coming through onto Astro, they're going to be sitting even prettier. Oh man, Juice WRLD trying to do their best to push forward here, but they can't quite seem to get the traction they need, and once again they're being encircled from all angles dividing.
Yeah, Paolumu is just sitting in the back here without a care in the world. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Kabe is supposed to be the one who really tries to get in the back and contest him. But really, I mean, from very long range, the Ashe versus Widowmaker matchup really tends towards the way of Widowmaker. She is a lot more equipped to deal with the long-range duels. So it's been very difficult for Kabe to match this.
And there's no mercy pockets either to make it a little bit easier on the DPS. We see the Snake coming around here as the Widowmaker, trying to get that additional angle and, well, put the pressure on. Kabe already getting taken out of the picture is big, and now Triple B just continuing to shut down Juice WRLD on this Junkertown attack.
Yeah, now 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Astro swapped over to Wrecking Ball for a minute. It's going to swap back now, and Kendrick is also going to swap to a Hanzo. Get themselves in a bit more of a double sniper situation, trying to match now what Triple B is doing, but it's looking so tough for them. This is their best scenario, though, as Afterstory gets off a nice Gravitic Flux to open things up.
Ooh, and that accretion to try and stun him out of it missed by just an inch there. Definitely made me catch my breath. Oh, Blizz just pops Kendrick in the face with an arrow. Kabe doesn't turn, doesn't know that he's shooting at him from the other side, and he takes down the other DPS. Now, once again, Juice WRLD's funneling into the side room as Triple B free firing and, well, waiting for them to uncorral themselves and walk out of the different funnel areas.
Yes, and now, oh man, 30 seconds left for Juice WRLD has been completely stuffed up to this point and are swapping. They're using ults. They're doing everything they can, and it just doesn't seem to be enough. All they have is Swift's Amp Matrix, which could be huge, but they're also playing into the trans from iZone. Biz will have the Dragon Strike, and honestly, Paolumu will probably have Sights as well coming up into this final fight.
Oh. And Paolumu with Sights is going to be so difficult to try to push into. Everyone's going to have the vision, and there it is. Dragon's already tearing through Juice WRLD, splitting the tanks away from their supports. Poor Afterstory is caught all by himself here on the outside. His other counterpart able to zip back and regroup, and now they're all on the point, rolling it out. The fluxes come through just after Immortality Field is used up, and oh, did he just get stunned out of it midway? That was huge. Doesn't matter though. OT bar is very, very quickly trickling down, and as soon as Juice WRLD gets off of this map is going to Triple B once again.
And on Juice WRLD's map pick as well, they wanted this. They thought that if they brought it to a sniper's land, this would be what they needed to put it together. But the snipers of Triple B, you know, the Paolumu, Biz, and of course iZone, all 3 of them putting on a total clinic on how to snipe on Junkertown, and with authority, Triple B brings themselves up to match point.
With authority indeed. That was a very decisive map. as far as, their performance on the offensive side. And, well, defensively, I think they absolutely made a statement there, holding right at the beginning. Bubble baller babes, quite a mouthful, but Triple B now at match point dividing. So they're going to be looking to, try to continue to cleave ahead and progress to the next round.
Yeah, and with how terribly, I mean, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Juice World were completely outclassed on their offense there. No matter
Yeah.
what they tried, no matter what they swapped to, Triple B just sniped them out of the air, and they they just weren't really able to get anything going. So I think as we head into a halftime here, they've got to have a really serious conversation about how exactly they think they're going to be able to beat Triple B, what they need to change, because as of right now, Triple B is looking to be on a whole nother level, uh, and
And
they
in a
just need
whole
one
nother
more.
bracket.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, they have been, definitely trying to establish themselves here. Uh, Curious to see what's going to be rolling out in our next map. Uh, Juice World going to have to step up their game here. Otherwise, it is match point, like you said, for Triple B. Folks, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back and we'll see if Triple B is going to sweep the board or if Juice World is going to make a stand. Hey folks, welcome back to North America Open Division Cup. We are about to hop straight into the game, folks, into King's Row of our round five right now. Dividing, we're seeing Juiced World Aimers go up against Bubble Baller Babes, and so far Triple B is up 2 and at match point.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, we just saw these two teams go head-to-head on Junkertown, and to be fully honest, it was not pretty on the side of Juice World. Bubble Baller Babes were able to push the point all the way through Junkertown, and then they were a full-held Juice World at first point on the defense. So I figure the thought process coming through for Juice World is, well, the sniper map didn't work, so let's try the exact opposite and go with a brawl map instead, and see if maybe that will go a little bit better for us. And I sure hope so. I really hope that we can take away some good stuff about Juice World coming up into this map, because it hasn't been that close so far.
Yeah, well, they've been really struggling with the aggression Triple B has brought to the table and continue to just give and give space without actually taking that chance and opportunity to push back and take back the space or hinder the movement. Right now we can see this brawl style definitely encourages a much more in-your-face and forward marching type of style, and well, they're trying to take down Triple B around this statue. It's gonna be the Fire Strike though that manages to catch Hoon and take him out of the equation. Now, once again, Juice World is on the back foot and having to continue to back away and give space dividing. It's slowly ticking up into Triple B's favor. 1 tick, 2 ticks, almost 3, and that's gonna be a terrible wall off for Juice World and sealing the deal for Triple B right there.
Yeah, honestly, beautiful aggression once again for Triple B. Even with some decent walls coming out from Kendrick, they were just able to sustain through it and push back. I mean, look at the ultimates right now. We got 4 ultimates online for Triple B right now. To be totally fair, Swift did get his Amp Matrix and use it, but other than that, I mean, just the difference in ult percentage right now just says it all. At least in this first engagement, the brawl matchup went the way of Triple B, and they will have the opportunity to go really aggressive. Oh! Look at this flank shatter.
Man, that was so aggressive, and just the audacity of the flank shatter itself. Didn't even have tons of follow-up kills, a little bit of that, peppering and picking off at the end, and once again, Triple B just pushing forward, and, this is what I would call a full court press dividing.
Yeah, I mean, look at how far back Triple B have forced Juice World once again. They haven't really gotten a full fight on point B, just like Junkertown. Yep, they're about to finish.
Man,
like, we had.
This is a lot of time on the clock. Now there's 5:50 left on the clock with the checkpoint being capped, and I mean Juice World continuing to give a lot of ground to Triple B's aggression. If you were watching traditional sports, you would see the other team almost pushed into their own goal with how much room Juice World has been given. They got clipped by that Fire Strike peeking around the edge there, and now they're going to be looking to engage with their own Earth Shatter. This could turn the tide of the fight. The wall comes through, does manage to take J-Bubs out of the picture just a little bit, but he's able to skirt around. Now with the Amp Matrix coming through, though, Juice World looking to aggress back and push but Triple B out away, and that is it. They're able to hold just at the last minute.
Yeah, but it is going to take just one more good fight here for Triple B. Actually, they decided they're not quite done. The Amp Matrix has been invested from Pascal, and now they're going to start pushing forward. Palumu has found Human Lover, and without the Lucio, there's no real disengage option for Triple B.
What a shatter! The 4 people caught in the shatter. It's a good thing Snail Gang was not caught in the shatter. Otherwise, everyone would have been done. He put the sound barrier out just at the right time, and that just let Dusk follow up with a self-destruct, taking out even more people from Juice World. What a beautiful response to such a nasty shatter for Triple B here, and that allowed them to just roll the payload through to the 3rd point.
4 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock for Triple B. A blazing fast time for this team as they roll towards what at the moment seems like an inevitability.
Yep.
Them moving forward in this winner's bracket. Now, of course, I don't want to discount Juice World just yet. They might find something a little bit more in the tank to push through on this attack and keep them in this. But, I mean, this is it, Sid. If they're going to find that extra little bit of gas, they've got to find it right now, or else the loser's bracket is in store for them.
Oof, yeah. And there are quite a few nasty people in the losers bracket at this time. And I mean, Juice World themselves sent Regen down to the losers bracket with their own upset. And so far, it looks like they haven't quite been able to find that fire or get their foot down to bring back that same type of outcome. Triple B has just been, oh man, punishing.
Yeah, absolutely punishing. So aggressive. And look, I want to say this might be a teeny little bit of BM coming out from Triple B right now with this Ball Winston comp. Trying to play a lot faster, kind of play a little more like a dive, I'm assuming. We'll see how this fares in the brawl matchup. Kendrick's going to be on the Junkrat, which is going to just allow them to have so much spam damage. But I don't think they're expecting this.
Oh man, there it is. Engagement's coming through and the dive comes out from both the Monkey and the Doomfist. It looks like Biz is the person to go down. Both DPS from Triple B out of the equation now, and they have to give. Look at all the space they just had to give so quickly in that first fight.
Yeah, I think, Dusk just kind of went up into the faces of Juice World and said, okay, I'm going to pile drive on top of you now. And Juice World said, nah, not so fast. They're not going to let you get away with that much. So Dusk goes down super early, and without the main disruptor on the team, the rest of this comp really hasn't have much room to work. But they're going to go for a super aggressive re-engage here.
Yeah, and you can see Biz so... I mean, you said super aggressive. That Doomfist is definitely the name of the game there. He's trying to take that damage onto the backline, but Astro's just cleaving through people. Anyone who's getting too close to the payload, he's looking for him! He got the punch and then pinned right after he successfully killed Hoon there. That was such a small amount of transaction time that occurred between the two. To getting pinned right after dividing. Wow, that was a nail biter for me, and poor Dusk here getting chased way out in the back.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, Triple B are kind of on the back foot here. Snail Gang's gonna have the beat on the line here, but that's not really kind of all they have, and they're gonna be playing into the Amp Matrix, the beat, so much, but it's doesn't matter.
Playing into that beat is nasty. I mean, everyone was so reinforced from that, and after Dusk engages, you can see that J-Bubs drops the bubble, and there's a lot of healing that's being negated from Swift, and, well, a lot of damage for his own team.
Yeah, and now things are getting real hairy. As we see, Kendrick's actually in the back here, just trying to get a little bit of extra space. Dusk is, in fact, aware of it. Oh no!
Dang,
and the
that
riptire has
was
been
audacious.
The riptire.
I can't believe he tried to pull that out. That was so close. I mean, that was shut down. That deserved to be shut down right there. Triple B still trying to hold strong.
What is happening, Sid?
Oh, honestly, I cannot keep up with some of the wonkiness going on in this game. They did make the joke in the chat, actually, about switching over to mystery heroes. But with these ultimates online, it's definitely not looking like that for Juice World. They've been reinforced with their sound barrier, and this is going to be a great engagement. The Shatter catches Dusk, but the Immortality Field saves his life. Kabe's Death Blossom is going to be the one that follows up with the remainder of Juice World, putting in the damage and pushing the point here to the second checkpoint.
I mean, to be fair to Juice World, their time up to this point is actually only a little bit worse than Triple B. Currently kind of only about a minute behind as far as actual time, and Kendrick actually has had a chance to get set up on the point here. There's no shield protecting him, but that pirate ship could be powerful, and he's dead. Okay.
Yeah, after the pile driver came through from Dusk, and once again, the bubble placement from J-Bubs mitigating any potential heals coming through from Swift as well. Now they commit the amplification matrix on top of it, and Triple B just continuing to bowl Juice WRLD over.
Now we see the Hoggerisa coming through, which makes a lot of sense. If they are going to commit to this Bastion, they may as well decide to try and play around it a little bit more. So having that Orisa shield to protect the Bastion, keep him up, is going to be very helpful. As the other side is now swapped to a Sim Torb, this really is kind of a Mystery Heroes game right now.
Yeah, and with the pressure Kendrick's getting on that Bastion, it's going to be so tough for him to find any true value here. We see the scrappy fight, Hood and Lover trying to do their best, taking it against two different characters of Bubble Baller here. Goes for the Coalescence and shut down right after. Biz goes ahead, commits that Symmetra wall. There it is, Kendrick in tank form at 10 health, gets taken down before he can find the value, and Triple B holding strong.
Yeah, at this point, it is really difficult to look at the comp that Juice WRLD is running right now and just see anything that is that's gonna help. They have a lot of healing, I guess, because of the Moira and the Bath, and after Sori can kind of take care of himself with the Take a Breather. But
yeah, I mean, it's not gonna matter how much heals you have. Triple B are just coming at them with a vengeance, and well, pretty much really wanting to show everyone where they belong in the rankings and that they are not to be toyed with. They're looking to move on to this next round with no contest and no doubts about what type of team they are and where they dominate the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think the plan for Juice WRLD right now is that they can't predict what we're gonna do next if we can't predict what we're gonna do next. You know, and it's actually working out pretty well at the moment. All of a sudden,
wow.
The picks start going the way of Juice WRLD. Yeah, Swift 16 got several picks on that fight. The Bloodthirsty support coming out big. So all of a sudden, here comes some point presence. The point is going to round that final corner, and they're actually looking to try and complete this map here.
Yeah, it is match point here for Triple B, and well, they are wanting to make and seal this deal for themselves. Kabe gets that early pick onto J-Bubs, and well, can Juice WRLD's wonky comp actually pull this off? Oh, that nano, or that grenade is going to put a damper on the visor and the aggression he can bring to the table with it, but the hook onto the rolling around Dusk definitely puts a chip on his shoulder. Oh, that anti is going to be the death of Astro over there, and he doesn't manage to die? What? I thought he was going down. Does get taken down eventually, but once again, Juice WRLD needing to regroup here.
Yeah, now just a minute left on the clock. Probably one more good fight here for Juice WRLD to try and push this through with time. Oh. They could have a second fight and get it done. Kendrick takes a little trip off the edge, but they could get one more good fight in and complete it with overtime, but then it's just a draw or lose scenario with 4 minutes and 15 seconds. You really want to have that second chance at the attack.
Absolutely, and well, right now, Triple B trying to prevent any chance of a second attack from Juice WRLD. They need to hold strong here with 35 seconds left and counting. The grab is going to stagger Biz, and anyone else who follows suit is going to be in a nasty situation. Now Kendrick has fallen off once again, maybe missed that grappling, and the shatter coming through is going to put everyone on the ground.
A solo shatter. J-Bubs just decided he has had enough with this nonsense. 13 seconds left on the clock here. Palumu snipes Human Lover. There's no Moira, no main heals for this last fight. 5 seconds now. Someone has to touch. It's going to be After Story on the Hog.
Yeah, big sleep coming through onto that Bastion a bit, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Astro punches Biz out of the equation, dancing around that wall, and now Juice WRLD's trying to do what they can to push, but Bubble Baller has the numbers, they have the high ground, and they are continuing to bombard Juice WRLD until right now OT bar trickling down. And that's going to be it. They're going to go ahead and take the last point they needed to take the series here in round 5.
Things got a little bit wonky there, to be light on the review on that map, but
Yeah.
I think the big takeaway I had to say here is that Bubble Baller Babes were in fact the better team today. It
Yeah.
didn't matter what Juice World threw at them, whether it was snipers, whether it was brawl, whether it was this mystery hero strat that we saw at the end. Every single time, Triple B was the better team. They were the ones who came out on top, and they are the ones who deserve to move forward in this open division bracket.
Yeah, and they clearly showed that they had what it takes to continue to move forward. And, I would say they looked very comfortable and calm for the most part. That first control map was really the only one I feel like we saw a lot of long, unnecessarily drug out fights and trickling going on. But they really tightened up the gameplay. And I mean, it seemed very crisp there, especially for the Junkertown defense.
Yeah. Triple B. I mean, we have so many incredible teams in open division this round.
Yeah.
Uh, it's really unfortunate that only 2 teams can move on to trials, but we should be looking at Triple B as one of those potential teams to make their way through. They played extremely well today against a team that honestly has a decent amount of experience, and it has gotten to this point. So it's not like they're a bad team. It's just
No
that
one
Triple
no
B
one in
is
round
just,
5's a bad team.
yeah, it's just that Triple B is just that good.
Totally, and they set a different type of bar for what everyone else needs to be playing at, and that's really what's going to set these open division teams apart from those contenders trials teams and contenders is that, it is an entirely different class of quality and of skill that you need to bring to actually play with the big dogs. This is definitely a small pond compared to some of those sharks up there. And we'll have to see if they are able to, continue taking the wins and paving their own road to make it to that bigger pool up in contenders and contenders trials, or, if they're going to get kicked to the losers bracket in their next match. But dividing, this is our last match that we personally are covering. Folks, you are about to get kicked over to a couple of fantastic casters. We've got Sir Waltham and Amintus, who are going to be taking great care of you in the upcoming match. Dividing, anything you want to say before we sign off and give the baton pass over?
I just want to say that I had a fantastic time. We had 2 great games today. And I super love being here on Open Division every time. And I'm glad that I got to have this experience with you, Sid. You did a great job.
Thank you. And you
And
know what?
also,
You killed it yourself,
sorry.
dude.
And also, shout out to Narwhals, who has been our producer and our observer today. Did a fantastic job as well.
Oh, yeah. Of course, folks, big thanks to everyone behind the scenes who make the actual show and production happen. We help give you the commentary, but they are the real horsepower. So big thanks to them and, all of the tournament organizers as well from Reflash. Takes a lot to go into open division and we appreciate it. Folks, if you liked what you see here from Dividing and I, feel free to give us a follow on our Twitters below. But don't go anywhere because there's more open division coming up. And, well, we'll have to see who actually is going to get that contenders trials spot. Have a good day, folks.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's going to be Sir Waltham and Amintus tagging in for the casting entertainment for the back half of today. Regen versus hashtag Free Funky Kong. Amintus, let's talk a little bit about these teams.
Wow. Well, where to start? Free Funky Kong, I'd say, has a bit of an interesting background. 3 of the 6 players came from a team called NA Avoided, which is notorious for playing all of their one tricks in a competitive environment. So you've got players like Nolan Corona, a Moira Proficionado, and then you also have Aquamarine on the Junkrat, and Fugu, I don't know exactly who that is, whereas on the other side, we have a much more traditional team in Regen, who has, I'd say, been competitively around since early 2020. They played in trials back in last year, but they've had a bit of a tumultuous time of it, trying to get back up there. And today is kind of their last chance to try to get back to trials.
And you're absolutely right. We were talking a little bit about it before, we actually went live here, that we're not in the lower bracket. We're in the redemption arc. We're in the underdog category. We are in the position that all these teams are pretty much on the wire. They need to win or they will no longer have any more second opportunities. And Regen's really going to be keeping eyes on that prize.
Yep. And whereas on the other side, we have FFK, who is trying to play spoiler. I think they know why they're here. They're not really trying to get it to the top level of competitive play. They're just here to have fun and maybe ruin a couple of tryhards' days, so to speak.
I mean, I don't know about you, Amintus, but sometimes the most fun I have is just ruining somebody's day, right? That's why I cast. That's why I come on here and interrupt everybody's day with, all the things we say, we talk about. But as we kind of get a little bit of a preview for what we can expect going ahead here, the map compositions, we'll start off on Control. We'll move into Escort, go into Hybrid after that. And if necessary, we'll move on to Assault and then Controls all the way down beyond that. But we do know we are going to be starting on Lijiang Tower. And it's something I like to talk about, Amintus, because it's got a bunch of different play styles.
Absolutely. So if I'm thinking, back to my past experience with a lot of these players on an individual level, I would definitely say that this does favor Regen to start, because I've seen Skikoops play the game before. This is the flex DPS for Regen, by the way. He has in the past been the best on Pharah, from what I remember. Now, obviously, that is a long time ago, just some anecdotal evidence to support that, but on the other side, FFK does not have any players that is proficient, I would say, on aerial heroes, and they can be very dominant on Lijiang Tower.
They certainly can, and I know personally I love seeing that fight taken to the third dimension. Normally you just have to look left or right, depth a little bit, but now you have to worry about that height. You have to worry about that skybox that can really kind of come into effect, particularly on that Gardens. If you're talking aerial heroes, sometimes you'll see the Pharah. More often than not, I believe it's going to be the Echo instead, just a little bit more utility there, a little bit more closing power than perhaps that big bursty damage you usually see from the Jetpack Queen herself.
Very true, but nowadays I do feel like with the hit scan nerfs that have hit the live patch very recently, there's not a lot of direct threats that aren't another Pharah or another Echo in the game anymore, right? Nowadays, it's really about Ana players, in my opinion. One of the last remaining quick scope hit scan threats that can really reliably deal with a mercy pocketed Pharah in the sky. So that might be some kind of matchup that ends up playing out. However, unlikely considering Nolan is on FFK here. He's the Moira guy. He's going to start throwing those orbs and healing, not going towards on it. At least, that's the impression that I got from reading the rosters.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that impression. We talked about those initial starts, those more insta-lock characters for some of these players. And, you talk about Aquamarine on that Junkrat. That brings some great concern as we look towards Gardens, which does seem to be our first submap.
Yeah, you kind of, rack your brain to figure out where exactly could Junkrat work on a map like this. And I'm kind of pulling up blanks here, but nonetheless, we might end up seeing him play it anyways. There you go. Looks like FFK going towards that Brawl comp, it does favor a lot of the, players on that team. We have Nolan with the Moira. A much better choice if you're going to be playing grouped up together. And surprisingly, Regen trying to take the mirror in Brawl. So we have a much more traditional comp in terms of the DPS on the side of Regen, with Skikoops on the Mei and I believe that's Sorrow on the McCree. So they want to, take things quickly, use cooldowns to snowball their advantage, but they have to be very afraid of that constant looming threat of Aquamarine's Junkrat spam.
That's certainly an opportunity there. We are going to be heading back to the map selection screen. Not sure if there was a pause or if we just had a little bit of an error there. It does seem like it will be a little bit of a pause, but it gives us a little bit of time to talk about exactly what is happening here. And what's happening is that Aquamarine just immediately pelting down the shields of Draco on the regen side, going to make it so much more difficult for that Ryan to keep shielding, get consistent value for it. And just like that, it seems like regen already starting to crumble a little bit. The Mei, the McCree, not quite able to stifle as much as they needed.
Yeah, FFK with that Symmetra choice, they use the teleporter to reach the objective quickly, right? And it's an instant access to the back of the point where you can set up that Junkrat and really start layering that spam in. And that, I think, is going to be the story of this first submap of Lijiang Tower. Can Regen reliably push past all of the damage that FFK is going to throw at them? Because it's really difficult, especially with this teleporter strategy that they're employing here, going back and forth, being slippery, being, a little bit coy with it. They have to go the distance if you're Regen. If you cannot outlast this Junkrat spam, he's going to get a tire on that.
Absolutely, we're already seeing those sim turrets getting set up, already dealing that early damage, and more importantly, perhaps getting that slow that's going to make it all that much easier. Oh, Jason goes for an early Earth Shatter, not quite able to connect with it. Draco holds that shield steady. It's going to be Aquamarine trying to make amends with this tire, going in towards the back end, going up high. What will it find? It goes into the small room, connects with Dread on that McCree. Sound barrier not quite there for SE onto that player, and right now Regen are just trying their best to get back onto point, but so far they've already given up 50% of this point progress. It's going to be very difficult, especially if they lose everybody who is pretty much there.
Exactly. You get the block on that shatter from Jason, but again, there's still so many other things you have to worry about, especially after losing that first fight, where FFK is going to come into the next one with a distinct ult advantage. And already we see Regen going back to the drawing board with 70% remaining for a full composition swap outside of the D.Va. Now you've fully sacrificed any chance of getting the ults online in the mid fight just to have some kind of better chance in the neutral, but the bomb comes in late from this. Oh, does not get anybody. Skikoops manages to get out of the way.
They're going to be using that concussive blast in excellent fashion there. Aquamarine getting pushed up just a little bit by Draco on that Wrecking Ball. Not too bothered, however. Tries to have the trap ready to catch, but eventually Draco comes back with a little bit of a vengeance as now Regen on the forward foot. Car Wash taking an anti-nade, has to play very carefully. It's going to be Dread who actually gets booped off despite having that flight, that vertical capability that we were talking about a little bit earlier on. Free Funky Kong still trying to fight in this battle, not quite out of it. The Earth Shatter comes in. Skikoops going to be taken down despite that Mercy, trying to give them a little bit of healing. Oh, Jason just trying to stay in the mix here. And Free Funky Kong not giving up. It's going to be the pile driver going in. Oh, Jason goes for a deep pin, almost catches Draco out. Draco in dangerous territories, as is the D.Va. No tanks left available for Regen. In reality, the green taken down. Objective will be secured for Free Funky Kong.
Yep, that I think is the first time I've ever seen a Pharah get shattered. I don't think I see that very often, and that was by far I'd say the main reason why FFK was able to stall that out and then end up winning. Obviously, you get the beat in from Saikuno Fan 07. God, that name. But just in general, I think FFK has a better understanding of the win condition of the enemy team. Regen, when they were on that brawl comp, they take things a little bit slower because they have the Cream A. So FFK, they just get on a nice off angle, throw in some spam, get the sim charged up, and that's their counter to what Regen throws at them. Then when they swap over to the double flying heroes in that Echo Pharah, really all you have to do is just survive that initial threat, push it back, and you're going to have a pretty good chance. And now, Regen is actually pivoting to a similar DPS lineup with the Junk Sim.
It's going to be interesting to see which of these teams comes out a little bit more dominant. Of course, you have the learning curve available for Aquamarine, as we talked about, but will that pay off for them in this instance? Free Funky Kong taking a lot of damage. Skikoops, however, getting caught out just a little bit, able to get healed up, and Free Funky Kong already on the back foot, not necessarily in terms of health pools, although with Nolan going down, that is quick to be the case. And now Regen continues to lean in with those main tanks, and Free Funky Kong can't do anything.
You lose your Moira that early, you have zero chance of winning as the brawl comes. You just have to get out quickly. I mean, you can get a couple of spam shots in to get some ults back, but it goes both ways. And eventually, though, FFK does get an opening pick. So Aquamarine getting that onto Skikoops, that's more damage. They have to pop the window on Regen side, but I don't think it's going to be enough to win.
Yeah, the Amplification Matrix does come through, but Aquamarine as well as Car Wash trying to come in and mitigate, make sure that nobody can stay in this server room to really take full advantage, although it looks like the point will be flipped for Free Funky Kong. The question remains, how long can they hold it? It looks like pretty long if they're able to get advantage with this Earth Shatter. They do. Jason eventually going to be dropping, but Aquamarine might have already put this knife in the back.
Yeah, Jason's typing Ryan Diff in all chat after that one. You get 2 shattered down, I get 3, and that leads to the fight win. So DK Fan Club, or excuse me, FK Fan Club, Funky Kong. somehow not going to get copyright stricken for that, but they have the advantage here because they can poke on the rotation as regen recontests. So you're going to get this Flux online. And now if you could combo that with the tire in the corner from Aquamarine, this could do a lot of damage.
I'm certainly going to be trying for it. Not, in fact, going to be the Sigma leading in with the Gravitic Flux. Aquamarine getting a little bit bold with just the tire itself. Takes down 2. Pink does not have the Immortality Field online to catch it. But now it's going to be Skikoop's turn. What can they catch? Can this be an even 4v4? Or perhaps even better for Regen?
I don't think so.
Another kill? Nope. In fact, it will be Aquamarine just taking it out on the wall.
Snipes it with the grenade launcher. That's an accurate shot, but can't expect any less from the guy who literally wakes up every day to play that character. Recontest coming in from Regen. They drop the Sim shield to have a better chance, but that Coalescence is going to go right through it.
Coalescence will go through it. Ryan Hammer will go through it. The Gravitic Flux doesn't care about it. And just like that, Free Funky Kong not letting off the gas at all. In fact, putting even more pressure on it.
Yeah. I mean, this is just kind of dominance from Funky Kong Fan Club. They've got a good plan going into each engage, and that plan is to just press Q and walk it into the enemy team, and Regen does not have an answer at the moment. Fortunately, they're going to have the Sound Barrier online from Eski, so a bit of a better chance to survive that initial burst, but can they go long enough? Here they come.
It's going to be an early engage with the Doomfist and the Sound Barrier. It's going to be O. Jason trying to keep shield up until they can get Earth Shatter online. Sound Barrier comes out for free. Funky Kong. O. Jason goes for the Earth Shatter, but actually gets killed during it. Eski coming in rather large there, and with that, Draco going to be leaning in with an Earth Shatter of their own. Dread now going ahead with the Reaper, getting the kills that are necessary to start turning this fight in their favor. Free Funky Kong realize it, and they back out.
Yeah, I really do like the DPS swap from Regen here. They go towards the Doomfist Reaper, which is going to give them a little bit more consistent power level that doesn't rely on ultimates on the recontest. So they put that to full effect. Dread walks in, gets 2 kills. He's got a Death Blossom coming online soon, but this tire has just been so deadly in the past.
Round and round it goes. Where does it land? Nobody will know except Draco. Draco finds it with the Fire Strike, taking it out of action early on. It's not going to stop Free Funky Kong from getting an early kill in this fight, though. Make it 2, make it 3, with Aquamarine landing the double on mine. I guess 1 per mine. Consider Junkrat has 2. Aquamarine now just funneling in pills, trying to get any value they can. Coalescence is going to ensure this point flips.
Yeah, FFK, they just kind of push past everything Regen tries to do, so we're going to get a little bit more staggered contests here, just kind of funneling in one by one, the Flux on the back end of it. Very interesting. So it's a 5v5. Maybe there's a decent chance for Regen, but they need to get ults.
They need to get ults, and question is, will they be able to? The Mercy actually getting the Res Pink brought dangerously low. They're able to fly away, but can only do so much. Mercy not exactly equipped with the most heavy artillery, and just like that, Free Funky Kong cleaned the point off, and Lijiang Tower is going to be going their way.
And that one's gotta hurt, too, because this is your first map, this is your first look against a team that's going to be throwing a lot of weird stuff at you. Naturally, 3 of the 6 ex-members from NA Avoided, and they come in on their 1 tricks and clearly are doing a lot of work here. Fugu, in particular on that Sigma, I think was kind of an underrated carry, as you see in this play of the game here. Having that extra additional threat with the Sigma on the second map, that Flux, is just another offensive resource that you're going to have to properly consider going into every single engage. And it feels like Regen doesn't have plans that go beyond that first step.
And we'll certainly have the opportunity to see Regen perhaps practice their flexibility a little bit more. Now that we're kind of moving away from that control style, we do move into, as I mentioned at the beginning, an escort map after this. Not only will Regen get to pick, exactly what map they're kind of feeling like might be either advantageous for them or disadvantageous for the FFK team, but we also have to see a play style difference come through just based on the pure factor that now there's a solid objective to play around an attacking and a defending side.
Have to agree. I really do think that Aquamarine's Junkrat, even though you might know exactly what he's going to play, you don't know how he's playing it. And so far, I think that was the first tester for Regen to learn, okay, where is this guy flanking? Is he going super deep? Is he playing a little bit further back? Right now, it's a good mix of both. Lots of flanks on one angle, coming back in with the tire on others. And I think it's just a huge layering of threats from FFK, whereas Regen, they're a little bit two-note, right? They have the DPS with that Reaper Doomfist swap, but beyond that, it just does not feel like it can go the distance. Maybe there needs to be some further changes, and maybe Regen can select a map that favors them and puts Aquamarine's Junkrat out of his comfort zone.
Now, I kind of want to put the onus on you. I want to catch you off guard here, Amintus. What map do you think kind of leans in towards that perspective? What do you think gives them that advantage, or FFK the disadvantage?
So if we're going to escort, the first thing that I think about is a lot of open area maps. So a good example would be Route 66 for first and second point. The skyboxes are very tall. You can go with a Pharah Echo look if you'd like, which we actually did see from Regen at the end of the first submap of Lijiang. They swapped it out for just a brief moment, but generally I think about maps that have a lot of space to work with, lots of different angles to flank around. And if FFK does continue to play the brawl composition, and I'm going to be honest here, I don't think they're going to go towards anything else unless if they really feel the need to. Regen could maybe pick something that, like the Route 66, like I mentioned, that just favors Pharah. And I really do think that the key here is having an aerial threat, because if you look at the rest of FFK, when they run that junk sim, there is no hit scan pressure on you, right? It's just the Baptiste who kind of has to throw a couple left clicks towards the sky, which is really not going to kill a Pharah at the end of the day.
It really won't, especially if that Pharah is rolling around with a Mercy. Just the damage probably not going to be there, but very interested to see how these kind of develop again as we look towards that escort. Very excited. And so we know that Free Funky Kong has those three players who are kind of mainstays. Do you think that this is a team that's built specifically around those three characters, and because of that, we don't see the other three switching around that much, or do you think we see more flexibility within those three?
Well, I would say that, if you have three one-trick players, right, and you have a team that works around those three one-trick players, that actually gives you a lot more freedom for the other three to have some more expression in terms of what they want to play and how, because everything needs to, at the end of the day, support the pillars of your composition that are not going to change. You're always going to have the Moira. You're always going to have the Junkrat, right? So if you can build comps that work really well with those two characters and maybe figure out strategies for specific maps that work with those characters, you can find a lot of consistent success.
Certainly seems like sound logic there, Mintus. I hope we get to see a little bit of that as we preview ahead. However, we are still waiting on these teams to get ready up, get in lobby, get word back to us exactly what those teams are going to be bringing to the table in terms of map selections. Very excited, though. Do you think there's anything from Free Funky Kong that we've seen that can necessarily be manipulated against them?
Well, considering we're going to Junkertown, absolutely. They've played very tight together, and naturally that makes sense for the control map type, right? Because everybody has to play on the point at the end of the day. But with Junkertown, you have so much space to work with and so wide of sight lines and just distance from the enemy team as the defending side. If Regen does, somehow get to a position where they can play for the win on defense, that's going to work really well for them, because I do feel like that's their one chance to win this. If they can just take fights at a really long distance away from FFK, it's by far their best chance, because they know Junkrat's going to be on the field and you can dodge those mines reliably past a certain distance.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to get the snap mine, the good old Junkrat combo of, pill mine, you're dead. 8 seconds waiting to get back into the game. Definitely, I have to agree with you, going to be a little bit less reliable there. Am getting word that we are going to be coming into the game right about now. Free Funky Kong, worth noting, going to be on the left side of your screen right about now, meaning that they will be starting off on the defense. Regen going to be going aggressive on the attack first.
If I'm FFK right now, I'm kind of evilly wringing my hands and building and crafting a spawn camp comp because of the fact that I really do think that if you have such a dominant first performance on that first map, and you can just play in the spawn and burn a ton of time, I think it's going to do a lot of psychological damage to Regen already. And you can see they're kind of racking their brains. They're on a bit of a half-sided composition. They have the double shield and the Bastion to try to go for maybe some kind of pirate ship composition, but the supports and the DPS obviously are not aligning here. And FFK have full control over the series already. A good spawn camp could go so far for them.
Yeah, and I have to admit, I didn't quite catch, at least until now, that substitution coming in from Free Funky Kong. We're not seeing the Aquamarine. We're instead seeing Bedtime Story on that Ash going to be coming through, adding a little bit of long-range threat here, so they're not going to have to rely on that Junkrat.
Exactly, and I should also mention that Car Wash is a sim one-trick, so you're going to be seeing that a lot as well. Ski Coop's going towards that Doomfist, trying to instantly pressure out that sim, but it's not working. Look at all these angles FFK have.
Yeah, and this is absolutely well played by Bedtime Story, just keeping so many angles with that Doomfist, even if he wants to pressure even a moment outside of that, not going to be able to find it. Instead, it's going to be the first kills are going down for the side of Free Funky Kong. That Reinhardt trying to pin out just to get out safely, but manages to get Ski Coops as well. So despite losing our first few members, it's going to be going in their favor. At least that is until Jason takes a wily Coyote-like trip off a cliff.
Yeah, Draco just pulls him off with the cane, off the stage. You're gone. 4v6 for the rest of this engage, and Regen should be able to get full card control. But again, it's just a spawn camp, right? You're burning time. Even with Car Wash going down late here, I don't think it's going to mean too much, unless if FFK don't disengage. Looks like they're just hanging around on this corner, and if Regen are not really prepared, I mean, yeah, they just got super surprised there by FK Fit.
Yeah, both DPS now down for Regen, and the tanks are going to take absolute advantage of that, lean into it just a little bit. Oh, Jason going to be building up his ultimate as well, and just like that, Green with the only sense to throw themselves off the map.
This is strange. I mean, if you're Regen and you just got spawn camps, you get full control, and then instantly lose again, you're kind of reeling at this point, because the composition here is not the problem. Maybe it's just the mentality. I think they're kind of giving up the moment they lose somebody, and FK Fan Club are taking 4v6s and still winning, right? So Regen need to regroup mentally to have a decent chance of winning this.
Yeah, I love the way that we're seeing FFK deal with ski coops on this Doomfist so far. Accretion, Ash from so long distance that he can't quite catch that gap. And right now, Jason goes for the Earth Shatter, but 2 shields blocking that. You're not going to find it there, my friend, as now that turbocharger comes out. But Car Wash with the Sim just allowing themselves to not even be too bothered by it. The Immortality Field has to be committed as well. Regen knows that Free Funky Kong doesn't have the shield up forever, and Car Wash going to be knocked in the teeth, knocked right out of the way. As the Meteor Strike goes down, doesn't quite land, instead going to be taking a brief little nap. Doesn't look like the one-shot damage is going to quite be there. Jason going for the swings either way. Has to keep their shield up, and Free Funky Kong actually getting quite a few kills here, Mintus.
Well, I'm not sure if you noticed it in that fight, but that was a nanoed coalescence. And I gotta say, if you are making plays that involve nano coalescence, I think you are treating the enemy team with a little bit of disrespect. And you know what? It's absolutely deserved, because they're stomping Regen right now. This is a team that used to be in trials. This is a team that takes these things seriously, and they're getting destroyed by OTPs.
And you have to be very careful that your mental does not suffer as Regen. Going to be going in with the Gravitic Flux, going in with perhaps the Amplification Matrix as well. Going to be the Sigma taking a little bit of damage from the Gravitic Flux, but then throws in one of their own. Tries to section off 1 or 2 of the members, can't quite make it happen. Pink still has that Immortality Field, and Regen manages to get a kill, but gets it turned around when Pink decides to fall next. And just like this, Car Wash ramping up that damage, stopped for a moment by an Accretion, and in fact won't be able to get the damage in enough, but it brought enough distraction for Bedtime Story to rain in those body shots. Nolan now going to be dealing a little bit of damage of their own. Looks like my lobby games where I'm just seeing Moira's frag out.
Pretty true. I mean, Regen at this point, it's mental boom city. You got 30 seconds left, you're getting hard countered. Compositionally speaking, every time you go after an individual threat, somebody else from FFK is going to pop off, and at this point you need to regroup and play around some core component. I'm looking at Dread with this high noon. Maybe that's their tool to enter back into this game.
Going to be difficult to get a lot of value with, though, perhaps, if they're not careful. And Jason taking down Eski early on is not where you want it to be. It's going to limit your speed, it's going to limit your healing, neither of which you really want to lose in this fight. Going to be Car Wash ramping up that damage with Sim, and just like that, Regen going to be wiped off the board. Eski can't quite make it back, not even first achieved for Regen.
Back-to-back nano coals too, and that one was just for show, right? You didn't even need to use it in the fight. I mean, at this point, Regen, you need to rethink everything, right? Because your core understanding of the game here is not working. Just trying to play things default, playing stack to 6 is clearly not the way to go here. Now is really the time to just start throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, right? Because your traditional playstyle is getting beat down by all of these one tricks on FFK.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. I talked about it a little bit early on, but the Doomfist coming out just dealt with so well by Free Funky Kong.
Yeah, I mean, you think about a lot of those characters that FFK were selecting near the end there. Sigma can play at a range. Jason on that Wrecking Ball can stay really far away from the Doomfist. And at the very least, like if you go on that Wrecking Ball as a Doomfist, you're not using it on a more squishy character, which is, I'd say, the preferred use case for Doomfist. And like you talked about very frequently, Bedtime Story on that Ashe, able to just sit down range, throw those nades, get those headshots over time. The comp from Regen, it's not well suited to what FFK is throwing at them. And again, it's just a question of, can they adapt in the play style? And so far, that has just not been the case.
And it looks like we're going to once again see some early fights taking place here as Draco lining up to get a couple early swings in. The question is, how much ult charge will they be able to acquire off the back end? How much time can they burn off? Sim's going to be going in with a teleporter, allowing for some quick relocation. And Draco receiving an anti-nade, not able to be healed up as much as they would like. Bedtime Story's taken down early on. That means Regen is going to have this fight for at least a few more seconds.
Yeah, burning good time off the clock. The Sim TPs are set up for Dread. Carwash not really able to get anything in response, but a TP on the top from FFK going to the other high ground. So now they have multiple angles on the spawn camp from Regen.
It feels like FFK is just responding to, well, how would somebody counter this against us? And then they're just doing that right now. Free Funky Kong really trying their best to get out, and so far they're slowly starting to constrict around the team of Regen. Jason continuing to ride the cart, swings onto the Doomfist, receives an anti-nade, can still get those shields, but it's not quite enough, says Jason.
Yeah, I actually do really like the Ryan adaptation from Jason, because if you know that Regen wants to take a fight at close range, and you know you're going to have a Sim, or rather an Ana Moira right behind you, that is a lot of sustain that you can very easily use as a Reinhardt. Obviously, you don't have the speed to maneuver around as fast, but if you just play on the objective, they have to come to you, and that is exactly what happens.
Speaking of that objective, it is getting closer and closer. The Doomfist goes in, tries to catch people as Bob pops them up. It's going to be Ski getting one, make it two. One with the uppercut, one with the standard punch shot. Now it's 3CC Lulu going to be trying to come in with the Sigma coming in on a high. One kill going in favor of Free Funky Kong, but it does not quite seem enough. Regen so far looking good to continue this hold.
Nasty maneuvers from Nolan. Did you see that play? He's just fading back and forth between high grounds. I think this is one of those rare scenarios where the one trick is actually using his knowledge to his advantage there, pulling a lot of attention from Regen into the backline. And I mean, you see there's three people dealing with just a Moira behind them. And in the meantime, FK Fan Club are taking control of the objective.
FK Fan Club certainly going to be looking for it. The Earth Shatter underneath the cart manages to knock down two green and pink. That amplification matrix not going to be finding as much value, and the stun locks coming in for Draco. That is got to be so frustrating as a main tank, but you're able to hold it down for your team. Dread comes in, gets a quick 3 kills, batting away at the Sigma just to add a 4th.
I think this is a rare case where hubris might be the winning team's downfall. And by rare, I mean I literally see it all of the time. Nolan has yet to leave the back line here. I think he's really trying to get this Nano Cole off again. And, in the past, it's worked, but I think it really is just because Regen had no idea what to do. Now, they're just taking 5v6 on the front line, and it's a lot easier to win if you know that there's no sustain coming from that Moira. They're doing a good job of zoning it out, but Jason has spotted the ball. They're engaging now with the Cole.
The Coalescence does go online. The D.Va looks to catch Nolan, but has to be very careful. You can't matrix that away. Eventually, Nolan able to make their way towards the point, give their team the healing with the back end of that Coalescence, trying to keep their Ana alive. So far, succeeding. That Tracer not quite able to take advantage, but that's pretty much two supports committed to one another. Nothing on the fight. Free Funky Kong able to get a little bit of damage despite Green trying to make some space with that D.Va bomb, not quite finding it, and Free Funky Kong might have the opportunity here. They have a little bit of a quicker rollout. It's gonna be the Nano onto the Torb. Carwash looking to deal a lot of damage, but gets solo shattered, going in for the pin, but the Reinhardt not able to make it happen. And just like that, Free Funky Kong knocking everybody away from cart, or at least sending them away in a body bag.
Eventually, this chaos will subside. There's really nobody left for Regen to contest the objective as the D.Va gets demech'd. The sun is slowly setting here on Regen's chances to continue an open division. That's 2 back-to-back map wins for FFK.
Yeah, Free Funky Kong definitely have to be feeling pretty content with themselves here. And part of me wonders if Regen had a whole lot of, I guess, study time, prep time, looking into Free Funky Kong, or if they're perhaps just going into this a little bit more free form, perhaps trying to feel things out rather than, be a little academic with it.
In open division, that does seem to be the case. It's very difficult to prepare for individual teams when you don't really know who you're going to play next. And clearly, FFK is abusing that to an extreme degree. I don't think I've ever seen some of these strategies before ever, because why would people do this in normal games, right? But it's clearly working here. Regen does not seem to have a good answer a lot of the time. And as a direct result of that, they're just getting repeatedly caught on the back foot. And even when they have their own map choice, and the strategy is sound, right? You go towards Junkertown to have a better chance to take Aquamarine away. They just sub him out, and they just put in a hit scan player, and now everything is fine, right? So even in full control of the scenario, Regen still fumbles the bag, and FFK are just left to take all of the money from it.
Yeah, fortunately for Regen, they will have the opportunity to select once again, as well as get a little bit of a mental break here. Amentus, we are going to be taking a brief literal break as we will be back with the conclusion of Free Funky Kong versus Regen. So stick around, folks. And we are back, Amintus, just like that. They have let us out of the caster cage once again, and just in time for our hybrid map. But not just any hybrid map, it's everybody's seemingly favorite hybrid map. Well, not mine, I like Numbani a little bit better.
This is a bit of a head scratcher for me as we go to King's Row. I'm thinking, if I'm Regen and I just lost on a map that, technically speaking, would have made more sense for them to win on, because obviously Aquamarine on the Junkrat, long range, we talked about it a little bit, but now you're going towards what FFK have already shown proficiency on, which is Brawl. You just hard lost to them on Lijiang Tower, lest we forget the first map of this series. And if you go towards King's Row again, you better be really confident that you have a good strategy to deal with exactly what FFK is going to throw at you. And I just don't think that's the case right now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Car Wash pretty much leaning on that sim throughout a lot of the fights we've seen so far. And, getting through that first choke is so difficult for a lot of teams when you have the sim who can just negate that aspect of the first fight altogether. It certainly brings some questions into my mind as how Regen is going to cope with that.
I think they're going to have a distinct advantage on first, right? Because if you think about Symmetra, it's close range, and first point, you can kind of spread out a little bit more and use distance to your advantage. But once we get to second and third, all of those engages are going to be taking place with everybody right in front of one another. And that's really going to favor a lot of the hero choices from FFK, in my opinion. And naturally, we might see something completely different once we load into the game. But maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for Regen. If anybody has been watching Overwatch League lately, a lot of the APAC teams have been playing Balfara on this map. And you don't typically see that. Naturally, the bands may be playing a large portion there. But even now, I think Regen had some of their better moments when Ski Coops was on that Pharah. So potential inroad there, just hypothesizing. But I mean, it's just a theory. And at the end of the day, I think FFK is going to probably disprove any of those.
Well, I mean, I want to kind of dive into that a little bit. I want to dive into the thinking behind the Pharah because, back when, Pharah was a little bit stronger way back a few hero releases ago, as a matter of fact. A lot of times we'd see that Pharah playing kind of around that hotel area where she could rotate and, really provide herself that own cover without needing to necessarily sit on top of anything. So I wonder if that's kind of a similar tactic that can be utilized by Regen against FFK, or if FFK have kind of already anticipated that maybe a bit.
Exactly. When you play Pharah on first point on the attacking side of King's Row, the main objective is to force the Brawl comp in a position where they can't escape from your spam. And that's typically that back left corner behind Hotel. The moment the Brawl team reaches that point and there hasn't been any trades yet, you can't explode back onto a different target, you're pretty much screwed. And the Pharah will be able to play defensively enough to stay alive for that amount of time. And we're finally going to load into King's Row here very soon. So we will get to see exactly what both of these teams want to play.
Yeah, and as we can see here at the map screen, Free Funky Kong already looking very strong. 0-2 on Lijiang, 0-1 on Junker. Just by the map stat screen, these are going as fast as they can. I'm sure Regen not only wants to, but needs to if they have to stay in this map. Are going to want to try to prevent that from being the case this time around.
Yeah, no more speed runs.
True.
They are trying to go for the world's slowest King's Row here. And already we're going to see a blitz fast comp from FFK. We got the Rhine Sig, so a lot of front-loaded AoE damage. We're going to have Aquamarine back in on the Junkrat, Car Wash, going towards the Symmetra, and there we go. Regen. They must have somehow heard me because they are playing Balfar, or at least they are in spawn. And I would really love for them to try this at the very least because, like I said previously, the traditional playstyle that Regen has been employing is not working. You need to mix it up like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we were talking about a little bit during the break as well, where, you can't just, you mentioned it, you can't just win with standard Overwatch. You have to change the mold a little bit.
Dread coming out on the Widow. I like this. You can maybe get a cheeky headshot in or two, maybe even 2 body shots back to back. Not going to happen there, so he will likely swap. Going towards the Tracer, so this is more backline threats that FFK is going to have to worry about. But I mean, Aquamarine has a lot of one-shot potential, so Dread has to be careful of that as well.
Have to be careful of the traps, of the one-shot potential. That Tracer could potentially be in a big world of hurt. That Moira, Nolan taking quite a bit of damage. And Car Wash going down early means that those shields are going to be a little bit more free from Regen. At least they would if there were any shields on Regen, but they're just forgoing that again for that rapid tank lineup. And Aquamarine getting danced around by Dread a little bit here. That has to feel good for Tracer, who's just not been on the top of this game for the prior 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, as a coach, I am smiling from ear to ear here because eventually Regen figured out that the FFK doesn't have a hit scan threat at all. And at least when they're playing the Brawl comp and they're subbing Aquamarine in, they're likely going to play Brawl with the Junkrat and Nolan on that Moira. And they win the first point very easily because of that, and now we're finally going to see a bit of a swap from FFK, where they are going to try to take this, hit and run single pick play style and throw it right back in their faces. They've got the Junkrat Torb DPS lineup. This is difficult for Skikoops to stay alive.
It will be that turret able to just lock on no matter where the Pharah is. Don't have to worry about proficiency when the turret's got you covered, or at least theoretically that's going to be the case with Skikoops. Keeping this high ground severely pressured with a couple of rockets going their way. Dread runs face first into the D.Va, gets taken down, and just like that, Free Funky Kong might have an opportunity to get a little bit more of a foothold. That Mercy looks like they contemplate the res. Skikoops manages to get one, can't quite get the second car wash, taking them out, but Regen managed to bring themselves back into this.
Valk popped late from Eski in a fight that it feels like has already been won from Regen, so a bit of a wasted ult. Nonetheless, the cart is going to continue to roll here for Regen, so they're finally getting a bit of a foothold in the series. I mean, they've already captured their first point. Why not go the distance? Dread playing up on that front line with a pulse bomb, looking for a vulnerable back liner. Sykkuno Fan 07 so far has been really struggling to find a good foothold defensively. You can already see that he's stuck at 50% ult charge, and after swapping to that Ana, you want to make sure you're set up in a good spot. Nice stick onto Aquamarine. No res because there's no Mercy on the side of FFK.
Now, as we see Free Funky Kong have to try to pull a kill out from what is looking like a little bit of a disadvantaged spot here. That turret going to be going up for Car Wash, but can it really get the value that it needs? Dread already finding the damage there. The D.Va Bomb goes out green. Not quite able to find anything with it. Will have the remake available, though. And just like this, Draco playing on the cart, trying to cause as much chaos, make people look in as many different directions as possible. Gonna be Car Wash throwing out the Molten Core, the Nacho Cheese, as I like to call it, not quite finding too much with it. Aquamarine just staying on those catwalks, trying to find anything. The D.Va Bomb not gonna quite connect, but gonna be the quick remake coming in. And so far, this fight not looking decided for either of these teams, but Free Funky Kong just has a little bit more of that spawn advantage.
Yeah, and they also have this tire coming out to trap onto Draco. That's a guaranteed kill. If this tire can take out the Pharah Mercy, that's their best chance at winning this. They kite away Skikoops, pulling Eski with him, spamming it out from a distance, and he uses it on a recalling Tracer.
That was well read by Dread. However, it looks like it's still going to be in favor of Free Funky Kong. They have a minute to recompose themselves, get a little bit of recon going.
Yep, Jason kind of just rolling and trolling here, feeding a lot of ult charge. Skikoops capitalizes with the barrage. That's 2 kills back to back, and with this 4v6 regen, are going to take full control of this cart, clean up these last couple of staggered members of FFK, and really start to build another ult advantage once again. Dread just playing with his life here. Sykkuno Fan actually putting up a decent fight, but not gonna last for too much longer.
Certainly going to prove to be the case, and once again, Nolan on the back lines, perhaps using that fade to get away, but that only separates them from their team. Has the Coalescence, though, if they're waiting to save it up for another Nano, not going to quite have it anytime soon. Gets jostled back by Draco. Draco has the mines, don't look to be activating them anytime soon, and surprisingly, Regen has not commanded this second point cap. It's going to be mines from both teams out onto the point. Aquamarine, however, having a read on Dread, throwing the mine, catching them out in the upper vents. As now we see Skikoops trying to take down the Torb, take down the turret as well, and Car Wash eventually cleaned up by Green instead. Tank's still online for Free Funky Kong, and with that D.Va throwing out the D.Va Bomb, Skikoops barely able to cling to life there, despite that D.Va Bomb landing right underneath their feet.
How is this still going? I mean, the Nano comes out late onto Jason, but Regen are just really struggling to close things out, and they might actually have a decent chance of losing this if FFK can close out the kill on this Pharah, but they can't do it. No back, here comes the barrage.
The barrage goes in. Car Wash able to take them down, though. It seems like the Pharah is just doomed by that Scorpion every time. It's going to be the Molten Core coming out once again in this fight. Car Wash throwing it around, making sure that Regen cannot navigate as comfortably. That cart so close, less than 2 meters away. Regen just do not have the manpower consistently on cart. Again, those mines buying more space for Free Funky Kong, and another Coalescence is going to come on. This fight feels like it's been forever, Mintus.
Eventually, Nolan does go down, 97% on that coal. I mean, Regen, if they cannot close it out here, the warning signs have really just turned into disaster signs because it's over, right? They're going to finally be able to get a couple of the tanks and the bigger threats of FFK out here. But, I mean, Nolan has returned with this Coalescence. Don't think it's going to come out in time, but that was 3 minutes off the clock, basically for free for FFK. And I think this composition is really going to get a foothold on third much better than Regen's.
Yeah, that realistically felt like 2 fights, but just like that, Skikoop's not letting the momentum be built up for Free Funky Kong this time around. The Rocket Barrage gets 3, and now Lijiang going to be looking to touch the spawn doors of the defenders this time around. Not as disrespectful.
Yeah, something I do love about watching FFK play is that it forces, when Lijiang actually does learn this, it forces them to adapt, and rather than seeing the traditional Brawl mirror, we have whatever is happening on your screen right now. What a stick from Dread! That was disgusting.
Certainly was, and it's going to kick off this fight with Lijiang looking to get a little bit more progress. That mortar getting jostled by the Pharah, has the fade up just in time. Skikoop's not quite able to connect with it. Pile Driver goes in. Jason able to lock everybody down. He dies, but the Diva Bomb gets set up perfectly that nobody can escape and gets 4.
Okay, so this player, I'm not 100% on how to pronounce that name. I believe it is Fugu. If you're the Diva one trick, that proves why. That bomb was so perfectly placed. It relied on the cart being in that specific position to catch 4 people out in the horseshoe on that left side. Perfect play from Fugu there, and it's going to give FFK a much better chance of getting a full ult off here, maybe buying enough time to push it into overtime.
Marine going to be pestering that Pharah. Nolan cutting them down with the Coalescence. Body just drops over a pit, meaning there's no res opportunity there. And right now, Funky Kong leading in with a couple of kills. Draco Pink both going to be falling early on, and the defense are going to be holding. The attackers have a moment to recompose themselves.
You know, I feel like we're seeing a composition mirror here where this is something you would typically see in a ranked game. And when the ranked playstyle comes out, the ranked players often do the best. And I really do feel like FFK is just full of those kinds of players. They're just dominating you with the knowledge of their heroes in particular, and everything Regen tries, at least on this third point, is just not working anymore.
And Draco getting brought dangerously low, has to try to regroup with their supports to get some sort of healing in. Rocket Barrage goes in, but Aquamarine from the top rope, from the top turnbuckle, hits him with the pill. And just like that, Free Funky Kong looked good for winning this fight. Molten Core and the Diva Bomb and the Tire are going to be going out, and the Mine's a huge investment from Free Funky Kong. But they're going to hold it. It is overtime. They're going to feel comfortable with that if Regen cannot make any more progress or have any more fights. Diva Bomb goes out from green, doesn't connect with anything, zones out just a little bit though, meaning that Funky Kong can't take as much of a breath as they needed. And just like that, Regen might have turned the tides. They're regrouping. They're getting their teammates back on the point. And Free Funky Kong have to back up into a wall. It's going to be a little bit difficult.
There is a chance. Skikoops goes in, pops that Wraith form. He's not going to have that in the mid-fight. I really think the best win condition for Regen is to get the mines on the cart, prevent the contest from FFK, but he's not charging it up quickly enough. Look at how low he is.
And Draco has to play very carefully here, has those mines, now has to be very careful. The Nano and Bastion, Aquamarine trying to bring it out. Can't quite get any of the kills, though. That's a lot of distraction from the cart. Going to be buying more and more time. Aquamarine, however, sets up, not going to be making it to that third point. So close, but yet so far.
Man, I mean, Regen pulls out their best performance in the series as of yet, and it's off the back of some adaptations that they make right out of the spawn door, and they can use that to basically push to pretty close to the end of third. And again, once they start hitting their heads against the wall in the middle of the match, none of their adaptations, at least in playstyle, are making that big of a difference. They swap some of the individual heroes around. I believe Dread, going back and forth, but eventually landing on that Tracer. It doesn't really matter, though, because FFK have a full 6-man strategy that involves just beating Regen in a bit of just this chaos. I can't really describe what I'm seeing anymore just because of the fact that Nolan has been in the backline this whole time. And as a caster, how do you, give Regen the benefit of the doubt here? They're just losing to a guy coalescing behind them.
Attackers incoming.
It's tough because we covered it on Junkertown, right? You think that Moira is separated. You think that, the rest of the 5 members don't have as much healing, so we just push into them. But it's almost like the moment you forget about it, Nolan has that spidey sense that he's able to just turn around, or I guess turn towards his team, use the coalescence, and now all of a sudden you're getting pincered from 2 sides.
I think that is the core problem here for Regen. There's just too many things for them to remember. You forget about Aquamarine for 1 second, he throws a tire in your face. You forget about Nolan, he coalesces from your back line. You forget about Jason and he shatters 4 of you. At the end of the day, it's about whether Regen can mentally track all of these individual threats, because they're not playing as 6 per se, but just in the way that they repeatedly throw it at you, you have to have an answer.
Oh no, and this is what I feared when it came to Car Wash with that sim, the teleporter. Going to be allowing that Bastion to get that potentially lethal high ground. Not going to matter as both the DPS will eventually follow the response. A little bit too anticipated perhaps from Regen. Nolan once again making the way into the back lines, but that Pharah not going to let them get away, or at least trying not to let them get away. That hack going to be going on to Nolan from Dread. The cleanup sure to be there, but now it's going to be Sykkuno fan trying to make it happen with the kill onto the Pharah, and just like that, Free Funky Kong has regrouped and is swinging into Regen hard. They took a little bit too much time to look at Nolan, and now with this, they've given up a lot of space that they really needed to keep.
Yeah, they got that kill into Eski as well, so you can't pocket Ski Hoops in the sky anymore. Opening pick onto Dread, but the nano kill on response with Green. 5v5, but Car Wash is charged up.
Car Wash is charged up and ready to burn the self-destruct. Gets the value it needs. Ski Hoops going to be investing that Rocket Barrage as well. Getting two might just work out in their favor. Car Wash dangerously low, but not going to be closed upon, at least not yet. Ski Hoops fires an errant rocket, manages to get it their way, and now just like this, Regen give up 2 ticks, but they haven't given up the point.
This is kind of the problem with the comp playstyle. If you just continuously take fights back to back to back, never take a break, and just try to flank and maybe wait for a single pick or a kill, a team like Regen actually has the chance to regroup and push back in, trade some kills back. On the defending side, as long as you get 1-for-1 and have that positional advantage, you have a good chance, and FFK are kind of falling apart past that first stage.
They're going to see that Sim is separated from the rest of their team with the Reinhardt immediately. Dread responds by getting the hack out. Just like that, Free Funky Kong now seem to be the team that are a little bit fragmented here as they are slowly losing more members. They got those first 2 ticks, but they can't even make it on point to get the third.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem too is FFK doesn't feel the need to ult in the mid-fights just because they lose someone really early. And now this has allowed Dread to build up an EMP, which is going to prevent them from ulting again. He does get forced out, so FFK will want to walk up here. Ski Coop's getting pressured out too.
We'll see, we can wait for that Sombra to really respond with a heavy push coming through. It's the hack that tries to go on to Nolan, but better than a hack, how about just a kill like that? Ski Coop's able to take the shots. Not quite landing with the D.Va. The mech goes in high. Ski Coop's trying to avoid it, manages to just cut that corner. Excellently played, but it did give a lot of space over. Free Funky Kong perhaps a little bit too confident in taking that space because 5 members get hit by the EMP, allowing Regen to swing in much harder. And now the Roton barrier is going to be coming in. The Mercy not able to be saved by the Pharah. Looks like Free Funky Kong have an opening here, especially with Car Wash building up this damage. Can't quite be stopped, and just like that, it looks like finally the third tick's going to be achieved.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference maker for that one was eventually Car Wash figured out a great strategy for endlessly contesting the fight. You just put a TP out of your spawn and you're going to get there immediately. And eventually the respawn advantage is just insurmountable for Regen. They commit a lot of ults. That EMP goes kind of to waste in my opinion because obviously I felt like if you could relinquish that control and then save it for a better opportunity, maybe to set up on second point, you're going to have a better chance. Aquamarine going for the classic Junkrat tire from the roof, but they didn't nerf that. Here it comes. Does not catch anybody because Draco has that fortify, and eventually Pink goes down. So 5v6 in favor of FFK. They're going to walk up quickly.
Oh, Jason looking like they might be going for the pile driver. Instead, just tries to focus the Mercy. It's going to be Nolan with the assist. I guess you could call it the close there. And just like this, Regen not really putting up too much of a fight so far on second.
I mean, how do you really get in a position to contest here? With the Orisa D.Va composition as compared to something like a double shield, you don't really have a good place to play consistently. Everybody kind of has to just be on their own. And guess what? FFK loves to play on their own. I mean, Car Wash has swapped over to the Bastion just to have a singular threat that they always have to worry about. Once again, Aquamarine on the flank, but eventually Regen playing together does result in a pick. Nolan playing that Moira means no res, so 5v6 and a nice headshot from Dread.
Yeah, Dread perhaps anticipating that shot to come in from Aquamarine, looking for the headshot onto the Moira as she's coalescing, can't quite have it happen, and instead be cut down. Nolan gets the 1 kill, and looks like it's going to be a lot harder. Missed with the sleep dart. That Ana just going to be standing still. Instead, Nolan can't quite decide what target they want to take, and this is costing a lot of time. The supports are just all tied up with each other, but eventually Pink able to land the shot. Car Wash somehow got dislocated from the point, and now with this, the turbocharger comes out just outside of the field of DU. Not really going to be too much that Free Funky Kong can push with that turbocharger on the field.
You got to ask yourself at some point, when does this cross over into trolling? Nonetheless, I would say that both teams are having a very good time in this match. Minute 20 now for FFK going into the last portion of second point. They've really struggled to close this out, but I think this Bastion ultimate might be the difference maker. That's a one shot no matter where you are in the map.
Yeah, gonna be very potent, and oh, Jason not quite landing that fire damage that needs to. Nolan just got the damage, but it doesn't quite matter. The dragons go out as well. These snipers trying to do their best from Regen, but the tank's just not able to contest the cart.
Yeah, I think the visual pressure from turret form Bastion, or I guess it's a tank configuration Bastion. I don't really cast a lot of Bastion gameplay, so not so up to date on the terms there, but it's just too threatening for Regen to stay on the objective, even if he doesn't get the kill. Aquamarine taking his 5th off angle of this attack, eventually does get forced out, but he's got the tire online once again. There's a lot of one-shots on Regen. Maybe they can deal with it effectively with the snipers, with this soldier swap, with the Helix rockets, but he's playing far back enough. Meanwhile, tanks going at it on the front line. OJ's drops the mines.
And we're seeing Regen actually pull out the Roadhog, perhaps trying to get a lot of damage to those unshielded tanks, as Nolan managed to take down Draco. Aquamarine getting the damage with the tire, getting the kills with the tire, perhaps even better. That hook can potentially pull Nolan out of the coalescence. Not going to matter, though, if Green is dead on Hog. Zulu going to be trying to get the remech, does manage to do so successfully, and Free Funky Kong just seems like they have this marked in the books. They, in fact, do, and they're going to be taking their 3rd map here on Kings Row, but a better effort from Regen.
Yep. Unfortunately, their run ends here. At the very end of their 2nd chance, they go down 3-0 to a team that they just were not prepared for whatsoever. At the end of the day, you need to go into a team like this expecting some of these strange choices and strange decisions. Maybe giving a little bit more respect to specific players on certain heroes that you might not normally give them. And I think that really is the difference maker for Regen. They just did not respect a lot of those flanks and a lot of those Hail Mary plays coming out. Time after time, they just got caught off guard.
Yeah, I certainly have to agree. Regen, we did see a little bit of that adaptation once we started talking about, the changes that they can make, particularly on Kings Row. We saw a lot of that come to light and really start to work in their favor. Really just not quite able to milk enough benefit that they needed to, perhaps too little too late, as is often said. But I mean, for Junkertown, I want to harp on the fact that they weren't going at it properly, but I don't know if they even anticipated FFK to bring out the Ash instead of Aquamarine, because that was I mean, even a surprise to us.
Exactly. Like you have the Uno deck and you just pull out the reverse card, you just put in a hit scan play and you're like, oh, why didn't we think of that? And then they just get full health, right? So Regen, I think they will kind of be kicking themselves, but at the same time, it's like you're deep in losers bracket in an open division that is so stacked with talent that I don't think really anybody was expecting this team to get top 2. So you can't be too hard on yourselves at the end of the day here. When you're in such a dire situation, mentally speaking, it makes total sense why a result like this might happen, and I don't really blame them.
And I don't think any disappointment can happen towards a Regen. They put up a good fight. And, we mentioned it at the beginning of the broadcast, Free Funky Kong wanting to play a little bit of spoiler here. And that's exactly what we saw. 3-0 going in their favor. However, folks, just because this match is done does not mean we are done for today. We have one more match coming at you. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of their play. What can I say? FFK, as I've been referring to them lately, I think is a team that is comprised of a lot of the core components from NA Avoided. And even though they've tooled in some newer players that don't necessarily have to play one hero all the time, they've retained that identity of just playing in such a weird way in your backline, in your spawn door, just going all over the map and just pulling you apart at the seams. And Doki Doki, on the other hand, is a team that apparently was formed with 1 hour of scrim experience right before OD started. So this is a ragtag team of basically nobodies. No offense, guys, but yeah. And you're just coming in here, seeing how far you can go. And I think this is probably going to be Doki Doki's first real challenge as a team. Absolutely. Start flexing those muscles, showing what you guys are capable of as a six-man squad. And the first map we're going to be going to is Nepal, which is quite interesting in my opinion, because if you think about Nepal, I don't think a lot of the one tricks from FFK have a really easy time with it, except on one map, which is going to be Village. A lot of overhead cover once to reach the objective. I think the Symmetra coming out from a player like Carwash could do a lot of work for FFK. And I mentioned that Doki Doki came into this not really having a lot of experience together, but they had the luxury of watching the previous streamed game. So maybe they get a little bit of that secret sauce and figure out a good counter going into this first map. Yeah, and if I'm Doki Doki on the other side, I'm looking at a pick like this and I'm immediately figuring out, okay, they're probably going to be playing a hit scan rather than a Junkrat, right? So this is already giving you some kind of preconceived notion going into the rest of this map, and it's about whether or not those notions actually come to fruition and result in an early fight win. The faster you can get that first fight win, start snowballing your advantage into the rest of the control points, the better it is for your chances of success in the long run. And the earlier that Doki Doki can, stamp their foot down and say, hey, we're not about to lose to a team like this, the easier it's going to be to mentally claw back if things start going poorly.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
They do.
Capture the objective.
Okay, so this is a pick comp, 100%. You got the Tracer Ash looking for off angles, Hog and Ball trying to pull the Brawl comp apart as well, and the nades coming in from Lyric on this Ana is another threat you got to worry about too. But FFK have opted into the Symmetra Torbjorn, so a lot more static strength. Doki Doki's going to struggle to open this fight up. This is all playing in favor of FFK. This is going to be more Coalescence charge and more time to trade back picks. Bedtime Story gets the headshot onto Dragon Lore at this point. If you're Doki Doki, you have to give up quickly because more and more capture percentage will tick up for FFK the longer you stay out here and stagnate.
Teleporter online. We move quickly. Turret in place.
Sick. Problem is, FFK has a better comp for recontesting. With that Symmetra Teleporter, should they choose to use it, they can get right back to the objective quickly. Jason swaps over to the Wrecking Ball to get there even faster, and they're still taking get more percentage. Wow. We talk so much about the variety of threats that FFK have at their disposal, and you see it right there. Doki Doki is just getting overwhelmed with all of these different things happening at once. They can't even clear out the Symmetra turrets, and Lyric just goes down to this 3-man stack of FFK. And now, 87% and counting for FFK, they have tools to prevent a contest with the mines, with the Torbjorn ultimates, so Doki Doki are kind of scratching their heads thinking, how do we break back into this fight?
Bob, do something!
Oh, I believe we have a mute coming in for Sir Walton here, so I will be temporarily casting till he gets that figured out. Bedtime story, throwing in the left clicks at the enemy Ashe on that high ground. Early pick onto Pork there, so this is looking really good for FFK. They're going to use the Symmetra teleporter to reach that high ground as well. A late nano coming out onto Volt, but it doesn't mean too much at the end of things. 100-0 for FFK, and it's once again just dominance back-to-back now in these 2 series that we've seen FFK play. I mean, what more can you really do if you're just a ragtag team of ringers coming together to play an OD? You're going to get stomped by people that have better individual experience on these heroes, and it's happening once again. It's just Groundhog's Day at this point. Testing to see if Sir Waltham has returned. Would you like to come back in and test?
We are going to see if now perhaps you can hear my lovely, luscious voice. May have had a bit of issue there, but I believe it may be resolved right about now. We'll just find out as time develops. But right now, Mintus, an exciting match so far, and Free Funky Kong looking still very good for it.
Absolutely. Back-to-back performances looking like LeBron at this point when it comes to how effectively they're playing their individual heroes. I just think there's really not a lot that Doki Doki can do, traditionally speaking. We talked about this in the previous series, and already you see an adaptation. Double shield coming out from Doki Doki now. This is trying to push back a lot of the individual threats from FFK and stay alive throughout the duration, but problem is, even if you set up in a good position with this double shield comp around the objective, FFK just has to stand there and wait for you to leave them alone long enough, get the capture percentage ticking, and once again, we'll see a mirror of what happened on the first map.
And also worth noting, those shields aren't necessarily as strong when you have Car Wash on that sim. You can just get infinite ammo, charge up their weapon for basically free, while also wearing down your resources. Curse is going to be trying to get onto the back end of that Ashe. Can't quite make it connect. It's going to be the coach gun that comes through. And a little bit of dissuasion there. That sim going to be going through the teleporter, defending their territory and defending it successfully against the Ashe. Turret goes down, but it's a dodgeball coming in from Car Wash, who's now playing real well with their team, pushing into these shields, as I talked about, just getting that free ammo, not needing to reload. Looks like Doki Doki are going to be having a tough time.
I mean, if your 2 DPS just got 1v1 by Car Wash on Sim, yeah, not looking good, to say the least. He just TPs up, 1v1s the Ashe, hits the Tracer with the right click and smacks him down, removing all of the aggressive threats from Doki Doki. And even with a lot of these tank and support ults coming online, you need something that pushes you over the edge against the Brawl comp. Even with a good engage, if you can force out a lot of the defensive resources of Brawl, like the Coalescence, like even, the Matrix, but past that, you need to have something more.
We certainly do. We'll see if more is in the tank for these teams. Diva Bump going to be activated. Doesn't look like it went as far as it needed, but I would say as it needed. It's going to be getting 2 either way. The Coalescence coming out as well. A lot of ults committed for FFK, but they're going to win the fight.
This is looking more dominant than the previous match too, right? Like we saw FFK take down a pretty relatively established team, and now it's about, the outcasts, the ringers coming in here, and the performance they're putting up is not as great either. And I think it really is off the back of FFK's individual skill on a lot of these heroes.
Really is. There's something to be said about honing a weapon of your craft. And now, as Free Funky Kong will be setting up this next engagement, Doki Doki have the monumentous task of trying to figure out where and how they want to fight. Car Wash nestled safely in between their tanks. Gravitic Flux is going to go in, but cut down by Car Wash's Proton Barrier, which is going to stop a lot of that push from really capitalizing on the damage that's already been done. That damage is going to be ramped up from Car Wash. Bedtime Story able to take down the clean, and with this, it looks none shall pass from Doki Doki. Free Funky Kong, however, taking a few losses of their own. Jason on that Wrecking Ball, not quite able to get some pile driver, but still remains to be seen exactly how this fight's going to shake out.
Curse and Lyric do not want to lose this. They are not about to get back-to-back 100-0'd by FFK. They will eventually flip the point back in their favor. And the Funky Kong team does end up getting punished for the recontest. They feed over a lot of ultimates, but closing pick onto Curse's Tracer, so 5v6 going towards the objective. And there goes another one.
It's now a 5v5. Make it A 5v4 all of a sudden. Doki Doki looking good. And that is until Free Funky Kong gets a double with the self-destruct. This is going like a ping pong match, just back and forth. Aventus now, as we can see, the Diva trying to do as much damage to everybody in that small confined room. Also playing around that point, making it all that much more difficult for Doki Doki to maintain contestation. Here as now the Diva looking very close to getting the mech, will be healed up. Oh, Jason dropping more mines again, making it just a little bit more difficult. The sound barrier is going to be coming in. Free Funky Kong receiving that bolstering now as well. They're going to be getting the Coalescence, which we've seen Nolan just use for pure damage, and we're seeing a little bit of that right now, topping everybody up as well.
I gotta be honest here, Walton. Free Funky Kong, it seems to me like the skill check for a lot of these tier 3 teams playing in open division, because we've talked about the fact that they don't really have a stake in this game. They're just doing this to enjoy themselves and hang out with their friends and play an OD together. Whereas teams like Doki Doki, like Regen, anybody else that FFK faces in the future, this is their test to see if they're capable of really, going further in the tournament. Because, I mean, we've seen teams like NA Avoided in the past actually be pretty good in competitive settings, and kind of seeing it again in the bottom of open division.
And we certainly are. And right now, Free Funky Kong continue to just roll on ahead. I mean, they're not quite out of this fight with Doki Doki just yet, but Doki Doki has definitely gotten to this gatekeepy part of the lower bracket where now it's put up or shut up.
Exactly. And looking forward into the rest of the series here, next map type is going to be Escort, which means bigger ceilings, better capability of punishing Brawl. And maybe Doki Doki finds some strengths there. But again, I think they're disincentivized away from that, because already the first idea that they came up with was to go towards double shields. And to me, that tells me that you don't really feel confident in playing the ball for our composition, which is kind of what you have to do against a team like FFK, where they just want to repeatedly take fights to you. They're never going to give up, not relinquish control that easily. And double shield doesn't really force the issue enough. So maybe you need to pivot towards that far ball comp like I was talking about.
Yeah, a little bit more mobility seemed to at least do the trick in the temporary for Regen. So if they did have any time to, go over old tape, it was pretty much back-to-back for these two teams. They might be able to glean something from the benefit of their fallen, opponents in the prior. But Free Funky Kong, just not a care in the world, playing what they love and finding huge success.
They just don't care, do they? They're just going to keep playing those heroes, man. I think Nolan's Moira in particular has just been stellar. It's funny to mention, too, because you don't really think about a Moira as somebody that has a lot of impact in a match. And as we go towards the next map, which is going to be Havana, I'm expecting to see more of the same here from FFK, especially if they get defense first. Likely going to see another spawn camp on the Brawl comp coming in, and Doki Doki's going to have to adapt to whatever FFK throws at them.
I'm going to ask for a little bit of speculation out of you, Mintus, because I love putting my co-casters on the spot. Knowing that we're going to Havana, do you think we still see Bedtime Story in because of those longer range firsts and perhaps the third as well with the Cliffside, or do you think we see Aquamarine make a little bit of the sub?
That is a good question, and I think your answer might come up on the screen very soon. If we do end up seeing Bedtime Story, and I would not be surprised, I think Hitscan is a much more consistent threat compared to the Junkrat of Aquamarine here. And when you have a Widowmaker on first and third point in particular, if you're trying to go for something like a far composition, you're going to really struggle. And yes, we do see Bedtime Story back in for FFK, likely going to be on that long-range hit scan once again.
Fantastic. I wouldn't say I blame them on that. This first point kind of overlooks that balcony area, overlooks kind of pretty much the spawn entry right away, can really cause a lot of oppression. Not necessarily saying that's exactly where the fight's going to be taking place, but it looks like actually, as a matter of fact, we're not seeing that long range hit scan come through from FFK just yet. It's going to be Bedtimes on the McCree.
I like the McCree here, especially if your plan is to go for the spawn camp. I think it's a bit of a coin toss if you go for something like a Widowmaker when you have the Brawl comp, because you're not going to get any healing with a Moira Lucio. You're just too far away, and their bigger goal is going to be keeping the tank line up, so you can't really expect a lot of peel on the Widow, so it makes a lot of sense to go for the Kree. You have a lot more close range potential with the flash, with the stun. You can keep that Symmetra with full charge alive longer as well, and I think that's going to be the key to success here for FFK spawn.
Well, so far historically, it seems like that's a very powerful and potent tool for this team. That teleporter allowing teleports just between these two spawn entries. And Just like that, Dragon Lord taken down instantly. Usually use those Widowmakers just for an early opportunity to kill, but sometimes, in the very rare occasions, that backfires, and just like that D.Va getting so aggressive, not allowing anybody from Doki to get out of spawn safely. Oh, what? Oh, Jason goes.
That's a, one pick, but in the face of all of this damage from FFK, it won't result in any immediate gains, in my opinion. They're going to be able to kite it out, probably get a Coalescence online from Nolan, unless if he gets picked off here. Looks like a Tracer from Curse flanking around, but gets forced out early.
Now, as we see, Car Wash is continuing to hold their beam towards this alleyway, meaning that anybody coming out of these two spawn sides are going to be in a very difficult position, and they can't even reposition because of that teleporter. Coalescence going online from Nolan, continuing to just lead in. The boop, meaning nobody can get into spawn. So brutal, but Nolan absolutely capitalizing on it, then healing up for him.
Sykuno fan, making himself known, but the pulse bomb from Curse. The spawn camp should eventually stop at this point, but, mission success here for FFK. They're actually still committing. They just want to burn ults to get more time off the clock here.
They really do, and they're going to get ults out of Doki Doki as well. Both supports and anti-nade going out onto Jason. It's going to be questionable, but they have the opportunity. Car Wash drops before they can go through the teleporter. It's not going to be it. Free Funky Khan have to give up that very forward hold.
They did not let go easily, though. That's a minute and a half now.
True.
And they throw a lot of what I like to call garbage time ultimates, where things that you could just reliably commit them without really needing them in the next fight, right? The sim barrier is not something you typically think about as a fight-winning ultimate. It's just something that sustains what you're trying to do for a little bit longer, rather than using it as a fight ender, something like a bomb or a shatter, or even a high noon. So I like the way FFK is playing this.
We'll see if they can continue with this, already having bought off a lot of time. Cursed on that Tracer, playing in a dangerous position. Free Funky Kong able to get a lot off the back of their tanks. 2 kills, as a matter of fact, Immortality Field, and Lyric actually not in that Immortality Field, has to take the drop all on their own. The flashbang kill from Bedtime Story kind of stared in disbelief for a moment. Oh no.
Just sneezes on him and kills him. Nice trade kill from Dragon Lord. Surprise Widowmaker swap paying off there. But again, I think it's just kind of a difference in team play here. Even though, and again, another exit pick, right? It's just back-to-back picks here. FFK still wins in these team fights, regardless of the circumstances.
Right now, I think we're seeing the mental shaking on Team Doki Doki, as we can see that Widowmaker continuing to check behind and around. They may already know the Nolan meta here, as this D.Va goes in deep, continues to try to get that damage for the rest of their team, and it looks like it's going to be another fight hold on defense.
You bring up a good point there. I think at some point, if you're facing a team like FFK with Nolan always flanking, it's constantly in the back of your mind. You got to check every corner just to be sure that he's not right there. And he gets jump scared once again. Doki Doki running back into spawn. Nice from Pork, but everybody else from FFK is just running it down into them.
That is so unfortunate. That Widowmaker thinks she's safe behind the Sigma, but Pork backs up just a bit too much before the Widowmaker can react. And now we thought we had broken the first point, or the spawn hold, but no, Doki Doki going to be able to, or I guess be forced to fight this area once again. The nice eat coming in from the D.Va, not allowing that Tracer to get any value with the ultimate. And Car Wash once again having that time-buying ultimate with the Proton Barrier. Not going to be looking to go up right away. Will be 2 members falling, and you might want to hold this in case things go belly up.
I mean, if you're FFK, though, you don't care. You literally spawn camped twice on this map, and there's only 10 seconds left, right? I mean, even if Doki Doki somehow miraculously puts a push together, touches the objective, manages to win, you've already mentally won this map.
Well, it's all about the numerical win at this point. The D.Va Bomb going through the teleporter just for the potential of a little bit of style. Not going to be necessary, though, as Doki Doki holds at, or doesn't get past first.
I mean, everybody's kind of defeated here, it feels like, for Doki Doki. They, at some points, just started standing in the spawn room, waiting for everybody else around them to die so they could reset. And when you start playing like that, there's just no chance for you anymore. And competitively speaking, I did not expect a lot out of Doki Doki because of, the way that they describe themselves. They said they are a team of ringers put together with 1 hour of scrim practice. And even more established tier 3 team like Region struggled against FFK, and when they made adaptations and found something successful, they still couldn't win. And now Doki Doki, they aren't even adapting, right? They're not doing the bare minimum to even try and win this anymore, and it's just absolute defeat already. We're only 1 map in.
Yeah, sometimes your defeat can happen at the character select screen, and sometimes it can happen before you even step foot into your first matchup, with that mentality kind of already being broken. But now as we look ahead, Doki Doki have the opportunity to go on this defense. The McCree Tracer, I still anticipate struggles against what FFK are going to be running.
Yeah, and to pick your brain a little bit, is there anybody in FFK's lineup that you think might make a bit of a clutch swap here, so to speak? I already see the Roadhog coming out, but anybody else?
Well, we talked a lot about these players kind of having their consistent, I guess, character picks, but I don't think you need too many character swaps, as you only need to win 1 or 2 fights. That teleporter going down, immediately getting the hog in there, but he gets ejected in towards the back line. Just like that, FFK looking to have a very aggressive push, shepherding Doki Doki all the way into the back, and they have to give up more space than they're comfortable with. This means maybe one fight has to go the way of FFK.
They drop the teleporter in the middle of that engage, goes kind of to waste, except for the fact that the Roadhog takes it. He's sitting on the high ground behind them. Any single hook is a huge pressure point for Doki Doki to worry about.
There is that high ground being held by Doki Doki, but they can only do so much with it, especially when the ground forces are getting torn apart. A McCree in the high is not going to do too much. Otherwise, that D.Va trying to peel for her McCree, for her Baptiste. The car wash coming out with the proton barrier. Oh man, that D.Va tried her best, but Pork just could not make it happen. FFK, however, will getting the point on Havana.
2-0 now, and I've yet to see a singular moment in this match where Doki Doki had a considerable advantage. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news here for you guys, but I kind of saw this coming. A team like FFK forces you to change the way you think about the game. You can't just play regular Overwatch anymore. We talked a lot about it in the last series. Regen had to make those adaptations over time, and right now Doki Doki, they just come out of the gates with the same brawl comp they played on the first map. They instantly lose again, and really I'm just kind of confused as to why they don't want to try new things, right? Because, I mean, FFK's doing it, everybody else was doing it as well. Just try swapping something.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like FFK is one of those teams that could mail you a letter saying you're going to get punched in the face in a week and you'll still be unprepared for it.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody has seemed, at least as far as this broadcast goes, nobody seemed to be able to put the doorstop in them. And, they wanted to play spoiler, but, I mean, that was a joke that is now going perhaps a little bit too far for these other teams against them.
Exactly. I think the joke has become a little bit too real here. And thinking into the future, we talked a little bit about NA avoided its competitive past and the fact that they were actually pretty decent in trials/contenders. Obviously, their European counterpart went all the way to the finals. I actually do remember that very fondly. Maybe they can do it again here. They could kind of recreate some of that magic because a lot of these lesser tier 3 teams are not used to that adaptive Overwatch that you need to play at the highest level. So as long as they don't get put out of their comfort zone back to back to back, they can just go the distance. And I'm really curious to see how far they go.
Well, that will be a question to be answered on the other half of this break with Free Funky. Oh, I'm actually getting word that, nope, it looks like these teams are just content to run it and gun it through. No break, pulling out all the stops in the most literal fashion. We're going to keep going through here.
I'm looking forward to it because I think at this point it's kind of a foregone conclusion that FFK is going to have a decent chance here, so to speak. Next map we're going to is going to be Hollywood. So interesting choice from Doki Doki because again, I think Brawl is still playable here, but it's not really the best choice these days. You're going to see a lot more double shield coming out, at least at the highest level. A lot of Balfara, again, Echo, Tracer, a lot more flanky picks rather than the traditional Brawl comp. So maybe Doki Doki finally pulled the light bulb above their heads and thought, hey, let's pick something that just you can't play Brawl on anymore. And I don't know. We just have to wait until they come out of the spawn doors with it. But if the past 2 maps have been any indication for the future, this is looking like a wash.
It's certainly looking like a very tough spot for Doki Doki. I mean, you mentioned it yourself, Mintus. You have to have that adaptation. You have to have those ways of overcoming your opponents other than just, I guess, running the same course of insanity, running the same failed methods. And I mean that with as much respect as I can say to Doki Doki, but I mean, to be fair, if you're running yourself against a wall, you're only deserving of a limited amount of respect.
Exactly. And at some point, I do fully expect Doki Doki to come out of the gates with something that they have not played yet, which so far has just been Brawl and Double Shield. If you go towards Double Shield once again, it better be because you're putting characters in the hands of players that are comfortable with them. I think Cursed Tracer has been a slight bright spot for Doki Doki. I've seen his name a couple times in the kill feed. Got some nice pulse bombs, like I mentioned, at the spawn camp of Havana. And maybe that could be the bright spot that Doki Doki plays through. But I mean, you can already see that Free Funky Kong is in full control here. They have Car Wash and Aquamarine in. You get that Sim Junk combo at close range on a map like Hollywood on this first point. You can't really hide anywhere.
Yeah, and the thought process is a little bit interesting to me here, because normally it seems like that Ashe that we saw on Junkertown coming in from FFK would be really strong, on that second point, on that first point even. We're going to be seeing Aquamarine instead. Maybe just wanted a little bit of playtime. Can't say I blame it. In fact, getting the first kill of the match, 70% of that ultimate early on. Dragon Lore going to be kicking themselves for that one.
In the spawn door. I mean, from second 0, you are already at a disadvantage here. Now the tire gets faster. Now Car Wash can spam from a distance as well. And even though you have a very interesting composition here, individually speaking, I feel like FFK still has such a massive advantage.
They certainly seem to, at least in terms of the numbers. But
There we go.
initially taking the first couple of kills. Oh, Jason's shield down. That means Dongman going to be able to place that Discord orb pretty much for free. Nothing to really block it. And Dragon Lord now coming out a little bit hot after that last engagement, apparently getting the headshot on the Car Wash. Aquamarine does manage to get one. Almost lands the Pill Mine combo, but Cursed going to be backing out. That first tick has been reached for Doki Doki. Aquamarine getting pulled in. The Hog Bolt putting down that Junkrat, and now it's all but perhaps over. Oh, Jason perhaps trying to make a solid contest here. Nolan Carey just hiding in this media room.
He's been there for the last minute. I'm not sure if you noticed, but after that first fight went awry, he just sat in their spawn room and nobody pushed him. He's coming back in. He gets a kill. He's going to build his Coalescence to mirror Lyrics, and maybe FFK has a chance here.
Well, Doki Doki has the opportunity, has the gas in hand. We'll see if the hook can land, perhaps interrupt Nolan. It looks like it did. Nolan not able to get that full Coalescence off. Transcendence, however, coming out from Dongman, giving their team just a little bit more reinforcement. Bolt going to be bringing in the whole Hog, gets stunned out though, takes a breather to keep themselves alive, and Aquamarine committing a lot of focus just to get that kill. Going to be dashing beyond the wall. Now Ashe getting caught in midair. A nice direct impact coming in from Aquamarine, getting the second, almost getting the Moira, the Fade, saving Lyric there at the last hour.
Years of experience paying off for that one moment. Learning the perfect arc of the Junkrat grenade just to get the aerial kill on the Ashe, and that results in the fight win for FFK, which gives them another chance to full hold here once again with all of these explosive ultimates. You have the mines, the bomb, and the tire coming in.
Oh,
it already
no.
gets 2.
On the plus side, the fight wasn't that severely committed. If you're Doki Doki, you could just back out without losing too much. That is, if you're not too distracted by Jason in your backline.
Yeah, Curse commits that pulse bomb actually onto the off tank of FFK. The Diva able to stay in the mech still, has the bomb in the worst case scenario, and we're seeing a bit of a repeat here. FFK does not want to give up fights whatsoever. They just keep contesting, they keep fighting, they keep pressing Q. They are not willing to give up.
Bob now going to be barreling right onto the point. Mines at the choke. That's Zenyatta getting the Orb of Discord, but forget that. The Diva getting 3 kills with the self-destruct. Excellently performed there. Kind of negating the fact that Bob's on point, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to be enough to get them the 1 tick. And Jason just goes in swinging. Doki Doki trying their best to regroup, but that Moira is still just hiding in media room, not able to be disrupted.
This is a very interesting defensive but also aggressive position from Nolan. He sits in that room in a lot of these mid-fights, just waiting for Doki Doki to kind of forget about him, and then he immediately becomes a threat once again, throws that damage orb, has the Coalescence. There's just so many different things you have to worry about against FFK.
It's going to be the Baby Diva coming out for the side of Free Funky Kong, and with Aquamarine going down, Dragon Lord trying to find something, but getting harassed by that Wrecking Ball pile driver goes in, but it's not quite enough. Jason actually getting bullied away from the point. Now with this Bolt just holding the main entry, it looks like there's not going to be a last-minute contest.
Yes, Doki Doki captured. Let's go. Nolan, throw the Celebration Coalescence and spawn. Force that Transcendence. You earned it. Doki Doki finally gets something in this series, and maybe with a little bit of hubris from FFK, they can continue the momentum forward.
Oh, no, and the Moira Coalescence being committed here. Doki Doki may have taken their eyes off the ball just a little bit too long, or maybe they're just a little bit too happy. Aquamarine going to be dropping that tire. It's a Moira duel here. Nolan not able to be taken down despite a lot of members committing to this fight. In the meantime, Doki Doki getting punched in the face. Finally, it ends.
That was obscene. 2v1ing a Moira Zen on just a Moira. I don't think I'm ever going to see that again. Doki Doki, at this point, they have sort of bought into this, whack playstyle from FFK. They just want this chaos, and they finally started to figure out a way that they can use it to their advantage. Dragon Lore, living up to his name on the Widowmaker, and Cursed on that Tracer. These two mechanical heroes might be the key they need.
Yeah, Aquamarine actually getting forced out by that Wrecking Ball. Has to take a corner right into the scope of Dragon Lore, the Diva. For the side of FFK, going to be taking down that Roadhog. That means that hook, that big damage burst potential, not going to be there. FFK getting the sound barrier, going to be pushing up onto the Widowmaker just with that. Now Pork going to be making sure that Skykuno going to not be getting away that easily, as FFK now looking to finally turn their attention back to the cart, contest those last few members, and really re-stabilize.
That looks like Doki Doki finally going to exit the spawn room here and get a good chance on this second point. But not for long, because Car Wash has actually swapped over to the Mei and has just decided to freeze her Zenyatta right in your face. Eventually, trade comes in with the Coalescence from Doki Doki, so 5v5 going into this next part of the engage, and FFK should have to give up a little bit of time.
Now, as we can see here, Doki Doki still has a couple of ultimates in the bank. That Mei frozen Aquamarine going to be taking advantage of everybody just staring at the icicle, trying to get a few more pills in, can't quite make it connect. That's free reign on top of this building here, but can't quite get any immediate kills with it. Car Wash once again going into that ice form, can't be broken, but the Hog coming in gets Aquamarine, takes the breather, but can't quite get it fast enough. Sykkuno gonna be getting the kill. Make it a double, make it a triple. Matter of fact, we're stacking them up now. Now as Free Funky Kong continues ahead, it doesn't look like Doki Doki has really got things under control just yet.
I think the gas tank has officially been emptied here for Doki Doki. 20 seconds, 15 now. I mean, everybody on FFK is just spraying their gun around in celebration. They think it's already over. They've got the ults to do it, but Volt does come back and get the hook onto the Mei, so stall tools from FFK have to come out soon.
And it's going to be exactly what we're seeing with those mines going out from Jason. Not on the cart, but a little bit beforehand, meaning that everybody's going to have to walk through cart if they want to get there, or walk through mines if they want to get to cart the fastest. Will be the touch coming through Volt, not quite able to land the hook. It's going to be the tire just clearing off point, rolling around. Aquamarine not going to get to activate it until after the round is complete.
I think we have finally reached the logical conclusion of this match, it feels like, because FFK have put the stamp down. They have said, we only need to push to the middle of second point here. And Doki Doki has such a gargantuan task ahead of them that they just have yet to really prove themselves capable of completing. I think FFK have such a huge mental advantage going into this attack, and I'm really excited to see maybe they pull out something that not even themselves expect. They just come out of the gates with this weird six-man composition and really take Doki Doki by surprise and just put a great bookend to this match.
And normally we see, there are a couple of rules that just apply here, right? You have to have 2 tanks, you have to have 2 DPS, you have to have 2 supports, but outside of those very sparse rules, I mean, we just might need to see Doki Doki throw out the book, bring out something totally buck wild, and just, see what sticks. This is the last chance saloon, the last opportunity they will ever have. And if Car Wash is speaking true, it looks like they may have to deal with some change-ups from FFK's side.
Car Wash on Doomfist. So we saw this in their previous match against Junkertown. They actually gave up 3 minutes on their attack because of that decision. Not 100% his fault, per se, but just, he was taken away from Symmetra, and now he's going to do it once again. Maybe coming out of the gates on Widowmaker here, Doki Doki with the pick comp once again. You have Volt on that Roadhog. These are getting a lot of hooks, so maybe that is Doki Doki's chance to come back into this game.
But FFK going to be starting in with that Widowmaker. Car Wash dangerously low, receives a lot of healing, and Pork getting hit by Jason with that hook. An excellent start for this attacking team that are now going to be leading in. Aquamarine ready for the junk mine rollout, going in from the top. Can't quite connect with any major damage, or rather any major kills. Doki Doki able to get one onto Jason. Car Wash trying to land these shots, can't quite make it happen. Going for the gut of the Hog, in fact, not finding it. McCree just standing in the stairwell in a little bit of disbelief.
I believe Car Wash has used this open division match as an opportunity to aim train, and he has failed this current challenge. He does get hooked there by Volt. Minute off the clock, so Doki Doki getting a little bit of control back. But again, it's really just a matter of time until Free Funky Kong just starts taking the match seriously again.
And with that, we will see more ultimates pile in their corner. Doki Doki going to be getting a couple more kills, just having a little bit of a relaxed time here, enjoying the time that they have, but you can only do so much. The pulse bomb goes out, Curse not really landing onto anything, instead going to be sticking onto the hog like glue. Just trying to build up another one as quick as they can, already 30% there. Jason has the hook, flubs it against the corner of a wall, and feels like this Free Funky Kong they might be taking the opportunity here, but are just making a few mistakes, I'd say.
Yep, window comes out from Lyric, kills Jason, has to use that breather a little bit earlier than he'd like. And I mean, you can see sort of the problems with FFK at this point when they lose control and they feel the need to go towards like these strange hero swaps. Like I talked about at the beginning of this round, the inexperience starts to show compared to the heroes that they're actually proficient on. And now it's just kind of back-to-back picks, and that's exactly what Doki Doki wants. They're trying to go for these picks repeatedly, and that is their win condition. So eventually FFK, should they regroup, recontest a 6, they're going to have a better chance.
Doki Doki have to take a step back as that amplification matrix is going to be doing a lot of damage. Both supports now down for Doki Doki. This might be the death knell for the first point for Free Funky Kong to get right in there. Car Wash going to be coming out as the Torbjorn lands a shot onto Tracer. Curse taken down, and just like that, Free Funky Kong recalibrate, get things turning in their favor, and once again we're seeing the Moira Coalescence stance.
Yep, and Car Wash back on that Torb too. I think he's actually pretty good at that hero, personally speaking. Seeing him track the recall of Curse there and instantly get the 2-shot kill, you can't be new to Torbjorn and do that consistently. So really, has some experience on that hero as well. Free Funky Kong had to use a lot of ults to do that though, and Doki Doki coming back in have a good chance that they get this pick, and they do.
They do, but it comes at the cost of Dragon Lore on that McCree. Aquamarine taken down, however, means Free Funky Kong doesn't have any DPS in effect here. Pork willing to roll into that trap just to give themselves a little extra healing, a little bit more support. Ult charge, perhaps that Baby Diva goes down, and now with this Doki Doki so far seeming very strong on this second point hold, rather.
Yeah, they got to do it for 3.5 minutes, though. I think it is technically doable, given the ults that they have and the composition they've opted into. Lots of picks from lots of different angles, and second point is so wide open. If you can keep your supports alive on that high ground, you've got a pretty decent chance here.
This is exactly what we're looking for. Nolan getting taken down early means that Moira can't get into the back lines. Curse seeking out their next target, sticks it onto the wall, doesn't quite connect, gives the wave anyway. That Torbjorn going for the hog, ignores Cursed on the Tracer, but Cursed might be a little bit wary after that last engagement. Has to pick up the health kit to avoid getting taken down by the Moira. Aquamarine, however, gets away.
You don't see too many Tracers at 80 HP push a Torbjorn and feel confident enough to win that duel. I'm actually, I do want to point to the fact that Doki Doki has players that are very capable on specific heroes too. This is very similar to what FFK does, right? Volt on this Roadhog and Cursed on this Tracer, two very potent players. But the problem is, I think FFK have figured that out, and they're now hard targeting this Roadhog.
Roadhog getting perhaps a little bit too big for his britches, but gonna be taken down. Car Wash and then Nolan going down as well. Aquamarine soon to fall after this, and the focus did not seem to quite help them out that time around.
Yeah, I mean, maybe after watching this gameplay and the stagger coming out late onto the Baby Diva, maybe Doki Doki actually has a good chance here, because now everybody on Doki Doki is on their comfort heroes, like I talked about. I think Dragon Lore's Kree has been very good as well. Pork able to survive a lot of these engages with the Wrecking Ball, and then the backline of the Zenyatta Baptiste provides enough damage and sustain for these flanky characters. Tracer getting fully enabled by the Zen Orbs. He knows where the tire is. He throws the pulse. Does it kill?
It does get Aquamarine, but it doesn't get the tire. Aquamarine perhaps scouting that out just a bit too early. Will prompt out the Immortality Field, however, so might have done its job even without touching the opposing team. Jason gonna be playing on this Orisa. Has to be a little bit more careful. That shield's a lot harder to rotate, but gonna be rotating Lyric into the death position now as Free Funky Kong are reeling with their manpower. It's gonna be the Diva trying to get away from this Tracer who's just sticking on them, but Aquamarine has their back.
Doki Doki has to be on point for this next two fights. You got to be able to survive through the Coalescence, through the Nano, all of this, prevention of contest coming out from FFK, and he's running into the spawn with it. He manages to buy enough time to kill Volt, and I think that was Doki Doki's, biggest problem when it came to, holding this. And now FFK can push in now that the Roadhog is gone.
That Diva Bomb going to be forcing out the Transcendence to come through from Dongmin, just trying to keep everybody alive. Now we're seeing the high noon from Dragonmore. Despite the Diva Matrix, it still takes down one, and this is exactly what they needed. It's costing them quite a few ultimates. It's going to be the supports for Free Funky Kong in the next coming fights, but so far things not looking too bad. Bull able to get the kill with the hook into the Baby Diva. Aquamarine taken down as one of the last few in the fight.
I've seen holds like this in solo queue, and considering the gameplay we're watching, it's a pretty similar experience. It's very doable. It's winnable for Doki Doki. You get the Pulse Bomb onto the Coaling Moira, interrupt that Ana when she's going for that Nano, get Volt another pick on that off angle. It's winnable, but you just have to try. 10 seconds remaining. Can they pull it off?
And try they just might. It is within reach. They are salivating. Somebody needs to get on the cart, though. The contest will come through. Aquamarine has the opportunity to push anybody away. Nolan going to be going and activating that Coalescence from the bridge. Damage is being done. Taken down 2 with the Coalescence. Nolan fading out, trying to keep their team alive. Turbocharger is in effect. And just like that, Free Funky Kong will not be dropping a map here on stream today.
A poetic end to FFK's dominance. The nano call that started it all on Junkertown is the one that closes it out on Hollywood. 2 back-to-back 3-0s for the core of NA avoided coming back into this OD, making a statement with it. It feels like. Okay, so they TP the bomb here. That I was really curious how that went down because did not get the chance to watch it in the moment, but it's little plays like that that just really make you wonder. Maybe FFK is pretty good as a team.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get this far without being at least a little decent, I'd say. And it's surprising to see this, selectiveness in characters. Those one tricks come through for FFK, and then go against teams like Doki Doki or Regen, who might be a little bit more studied, a little bit more rigorous, still struggling to just find that benefit. And I wonder, is it because they just don't see this composition often, or is it because the skill of the individual players on their specialized heroes is so much higher?
I think it's just this massive cocktail of a bunch of circumstances, lack of scouting, not preparing for individual heroes, not respecting certain players on certain heroes, and all of it combines together to create this magical mixture for FFK. And I'm wondering when the magic kind of ends for them, because going into the rest of the lower bracket, any team that drops from above in the winner's side is going to have to be very concerned about FFK. If they're not ready for a team like this, they can't go the distance.
Yeah, FFK definitely feels like one of those ace cards where it's, when it's all studious, when it's all played fundamental Overwatch, you still can't account for them. So I definitely agree. This is going to be one of those teams that I'm going to be excited to kind of keep track of, see exactly how far they make it, and perhaps more importantly to me, see who can finally put a stop to them.
Exactly. At some point, the reign of terror has to end here for FFK. And it really is just about who is the team that's going to be able to stop them. And hopefully we get to see it in next week's broadcast. I believe today was the last one for us, at least on the B stream. So that's going to do it for everybody over here at Reflash. I'm Amintus Sir Waltham. Very happy to get my first OD broadcast with such a experienced team here. I'm just really ecstatic about today. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity, everybody.
A fantastic set of games as well. Fantastic cast, if I'm speaking a little bit personally here. Mintus, I think we did a great job. If I'm going to talk us up as well. We want to thank you folks at home for tuning in. None of this would be possible without you. We'd have nobody to give a show for if it wasn't for you. So thank you very much for tuning in. We hope to see you next week. So be sure to catch more Open Division here. But until then, stay safe and take care, everybody.
GG's.